All right.
Sure. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian.
Actually, right, I've always wondered, when did AV become IT? Like AV dates audio visual.
Yeah.
I never was very good at AV either, Brian.
No, you're the real thing.
Yeah. Those were always the nerd kids anyway, the AV kids.
Yeah.
Now they rule the world.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is the poster boy.
I saw
All
Allie
right.
nodding. I saw Allie nodding her head when I mentioned AV, so that dates you.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. Why don't we go ahead and get rolling? I think we've got some new folks around the table. So I think maybe we'll do some introductions first. And apologize that I can't be there in person. Just couldn't make it from an early morning lab this morning. So sorry to be remote, but great to see everyone on the screen. So my name is Alan Strong, chair of the ESC, he, him, his pronouns, and I teach at UVM. And why don't we maybe go to the room? Secretary, if you want to start, go for it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Julie Moore, ANR Secretary.
Hi, everyone. I'm Roz Renfrew. I'm the Wildlife Diversity Program Manager.
Good morning, Abigail Connolly, Principal Assistant to the Commissioner.
I'm Jim Andrews, and I chair the Reptile and Amphibian Scientific Advisory.
Vanna Ferreira, she, her. I'm co-chair of the Fungal Scientific Advisory Group.
Rich Langdon, chair of V.S.A.
I'm Lori Early with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm the project leader for the Lake Champlain Fish and Wildlife Conservation Office, and myself, DVD, presenting here.
Yeah, I'm Steve Smith. I'm the program manager for the Sea Lamprey Control Program at the Lake Champlain office.
Morning, everybody. John Austin. I'm the director of the Wildlife Division with the Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jason Batchelder, Fish and Wildlife Commissioner for about a month. Great to be here.
Welcome.
We've got one person on the wall.
Hi, Kate Kelly, Vermont Reptile and Amphibian Scientific Advisory Group.
You're welcome to join us at the table too.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy back here.
Okay. Online?
Yeah, Stephanie, you want to go?
Yeah, Stephanie Smith with the Vermont Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. I use she, her pronouns. Thanks.
Allie?
Morning, everybody. Allie Kasiba, faculty at the University of Vermont and forestry representative on the Endangered Species Committee. She, her pronouns.
Mark?
Mark Labar, he, him, Audubon, Vermont chair of the Bird SAG.
Carla?
Morning, folks. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. Carla Fenner. I represent the.
Brian?
Brian Pfeiffer. I'm a faunal representative on the committee and a member of the invertebrate SAG.
Ken?
Morning, everybody. Kent McFarland, Vermont Center for Eco Studies, he, him, and I'm the chair of the Invert SAG.
And Paul?
Paul Wizarek. I'm on the ESC committee and I'm representing agriculture.
All right, great. Well, thanks everyone for being here. I really appreciate it. I know here at UVM, it's a busy time of the semester, so thanks so much for making the time. So I guess first, before we start, I don't know that we've got anyone from the public here in the meeting, but any comments from the public not related to items on our agenda? Very good. Any additions, deletions, or changes to the agenda? And if you want to hop in, Brian, go for it.
Oh, right. And it's probably late to bring it up, but I'm kind of wondering if anyone might be here to give us a quick update on the neo-nic ruling, or the rule in progress for coated seeds, for treated seeds, where that stands. You know, particularly maybe related, you know, we've got we've got some bombus species of concern, and I don't know if there's anyone here who might just give us an update on that.
I can do that did you want me to do it now, Alan?
Yeah, why don't you wait, and maybe we can, when we're getting updates from ANR and Fish and Wildlife, we can get one from your group too, Stephanie.
Okay.
So that's
Perfect.
Great.
Let's see here. So, any other additions, deletions, changes? Okay, hopefully folks had a chance to take a look at the minutes. I'm looking for approval of the minutes from our 9th of April meeting.
I'll move we adopt them.
Thank you, Brian.
Second that.
Thank you, Paul. Any comments, discussions? I will say it was kind of a weird meeting in some ways because we introduced a lot of topics and then had to do the votes later on in the meeting. So the sort of order of operations is a little bit strange, but I think Abigail, you did a great job in terms of capturing what we actually did during the meeting. So thanks so much for that. All right, hearing no comments, all those in favor of approving the minutes signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, minutes are
I think I
approved.
abstain because I wasn't there.
Okay, okay. Thanks, Ally. Okay, I will pass it to you, Secretary Moore.
Thank you very much. I thought I could just give a couple of updates, but then also happy to be available to answer questions folks might have. So just a little update on where our efforts sit at the Agency of Natural Resources. We are sort of right now entering the throes of both policy and budget development for FY27. It's a little hard to believe since we're barely 2 months into FY26. But each department and agency is responsible for bringing forward major policy proposals to the governor's office for their consideration by the end of this week. Our budget submittals are due next month. Certainly, there remains a considerable amount of uncertainty in terms of what we can expect for federal funding, and it's something we're sort of constantly watching and trying to plan for as best we are able. Currently, the agency's budget is about 65% federal funds. That's a little misleading because so much of that is pass-through grants and contracts being funded under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and American Rescue Plan Act that was passed immediately following the COVID pandemic. I would say in normal times, it's more like a third of our budget represents federal funds. Those federal funds come from a variety of sources. Certainly the money that comes into Fish and Wildlife is dominated by federal excise taxes. We also receive though grants from places like the U.S. Forest Service, EPA, among others. And so each one of those agencies and organizations, as our federal partners I'm sure can attest to, is sort of in a little bit of a different place. And so it requires careful tracking and stewardship. To date, we haven't seen much in terms of canceled grants and contracts, although there have been a number of initiatives that were paused, some for longer periods of time and some for shorter periods of time. But I think that uncertainty has been unsettling and certainly something we're continuing to track. The state revenue forecast is maybe better than expected, but I think that's in part because people are pretty conservative when projecting out. Our budget directions tell us we can anticipate a 3% increase in general fund, but as costs are rising faster than 3%, obviously that doesn't cover the full weight of the upward pressure we're seeing in our budget. So we've got our work cut out for us over the next month or so here to put together our budget proposal to go to the governor's office. There's also efforts underway to continue to implement some of the pieces of past legislation that have been directed to us. Happy to speak to any of them, and we'll defer to Jason to cover how they are implementing some of the fairly significant changes around wildlife conservation and management that were enacted by the legislature this past session. And I guess we'll pause there, and happy to take questions about specifics if folks have any.
Questions for the secretary?
And I am able to stay until 10 o'clock. So if something should arise as Jason or others provide their updates, I'm happy to jump in then too.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, good morning, Secretary. I had a question. It's kind of a crazy one, but there's an area adjacent to the international airport in Burlington that's, this sound mitigation zone. I'm not sure exactly what you call it, but there's this place where they've been confiscating or taking homes, buying out homes, and the area is sort of the classic sand plain community, and I just wonder, do you know anything about what's happening with all that space there? And it just, and the reason why I'm thinking about it is, we have all these rare and endangered sand plain plants, and oftentimes they, the remedy for protecting them is to do it on site, and fences get put up around these plants, and they're supposed to be monitored for several years, and it just seems like a sort of a losing proposition over time. And I just wonder, there's this great opportunity. There's all this land here that can't be used for really anything. It just gets mowed now, and I see pitch pines growing there, and I don't know. It just wouldn't it be great to have a big sand plain preserve that was right there. So anyway,
that's an excellent question, Paul. I believe that land belongs to either I believe it belongs to the city of South Burlington now, but I could be wrong. I'm happy to look into that a little bit. I know the FAA provided financial support for some of those buyouts, but I don't believe they actually took acquisition of the property, nor did it flow to V-Trans. But let me look into it. That's a really interesting question and potential opportunity, and can report back.
Yeah, the thought would be that, you could transplant plants that are, on some of these sites that, are getting developed, and it just seemed like, wow, with, what else are we going to do with this land? It might turn into a dog park. I don't know, but it could all work.
Thank you for raising that.
Yeah, thanks.
I guess I would ask Secretary Moore, you kind of spoke to the budgetary piece. I'm kind of curious if you've got policy initiatives that you're thinking about for A&R that you're maybe hoping to introduce in the next session.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are fairly minor. I think, like no sweeping policy initiatives. We have a couple of places like our environmental contingency fund in the Department of Environmental Conservation that we rely on heavily for addressing contaminated sites where a responsible party isn't immediately evident. That fund is upside down, so trying to rectify that. Some of what I would consider housekeeping and cleanup proposals, just trying to address problems in our rules and regulations as we sort of come across them and seek to modernize them. But in general, I would say our policy initiatives are fairly modest. And I think that reflects capacity at this agency, which remains stretched. And sort of the uncertainty at the federal level. I don't know, Jason, if you want to add anything specific to Fish and Wildlife there.
Probably not specifically. I would say partially because we haven't been given a green light for any of them by the governor's staff. I wouldn't want to put anything too state secret out on the table, if you allow that, and then have it pulled away. But I think as far as the housekeeping that the secretary is talking about, we did have some significant success last year with some of the fines and penalties that the wardens are allowed to levy. Much more ease of process there, and then some streamlining, some financial responsibility type efforts that we're looking at for pre-belt tightening, more responsibility in the fiscal realm, what a relevant Fish and Wildlife Agency will look like in 20, 30, 40 years, and trying to raise awareness in the legislature on how we're doing that and how we've been trying to do that for years, as have other states. This might be a good time to sort of jump into my update if there are no more questions, but I certainly actually realize that there probably are. So let me stop there. Go ahead if there are more. Sorry about that. Okay. There are a couple things that I wanted to mention, and I'll turn it over to John after, probably to get into some of the more meat of the legislative session. Interim Commissioner Shortsleeve was likely in your previous meetings, and she's now moved into a role of Director of Operations. She's in interviews today with some of our other staff and couldn't join, but she did say to send her regards. I came from, I'm the most recent past EC Commissioner, and before that I was retired. Before that I was a Chief Warden for 8 years, and so I've been with the agency for a long time. I've always had a great, I guess we'll call it passive admiration for the Endangered Species Committee. Kent, my favorite cousin, is married to Jason Hill, and his most beloved past father-in-law was a mentor to me for my entire life, and his PhD was in vomiting houseflies of some type. I have a great respect for the creepy crawlies, and I feel if we had endangered species figured out, we'd have all wildlife figured out. Obviously, I think that goes without saying. But I came back to the agency for my for selfish reasons. The broad understanding of the rest of the department was something that I'd always wanted to have, and having the law enforcement lens was a solid foundation for that. But I'm really excited about the remaining pieces that I haven't had a chance to be involved with on a deeper level, and so that's besides a sort of a vocationally based desire for public service. That's why I came back. And thanks to the secretary for the opportunity. I think it's important to know that we are undergoing a relevancy-based sort of financial restructuring study. We're currently putting out sideboards on through our consultant, and trying to figure out what this agency, what this department is going to look like over the next X amount of years. And that's probably a knowable time frame in our RFP that we put out, but I'll say 30, 40, 50 years, and basically doing soul searching, doing outward looking for funding, and as I said, relevancy. And so that's our biggest push at the moment, in conjunction with some similar hard looks at our fish culture section, and basically looking at how we can survive financially when our main funding sources seem to be dwindling, and our license base is consistently retracting. Just looking at, with all the relevant work, the more relevant work than we've had in 100 years is staring us in the face, and we don't have the funding support that we've had. How do we survive that? And so that's where we're at right now as a Fish and Wildlife Department. The legislative successes that were achieved in the last session, I think, are largely those surrounding the transport of reptiles for the pet trade. And I should know more about this legislation, but I had other legislation that I was worried about. So I'll let John tell you about, or perhaps Roz. But to my understanding, it's simply allowing and clarifying what wardens can and can't do is with regards to, or what people can and can't do for that matter, with regards to certain reptile species and others that might be exploited for the pet trade. This was something that that had huge support from the colonel all the way down, and was really, I felt, something that was unknown to me as a director of the warden service in my time. You just didn't know when statute tells us we shall focus on a healthy and abundant deer herd. It doesn't really say you'll have a healthy and abundant wood turtle herd. Where do you focus your time and your effort, right? But when this legislation came about, the wardens were all about it, and you would think as a responsible wildlife manager, we could simply pass policy and make everyone do what we want. It's very helpful to have a culture that thrives on what you want them to do, and the warden service really took this by the horns, and I think they're eager to make a big splash in the pet trade world and plant a flag and say this isn't going to happen here. Hopefully, what did I miss?
I think you nailed it.
Okay, well, that's kind of you. I don't know about that, but I think if you look 10 years ahead, I think with this legislation that we have here, we have some strong protections around some of the smaller, less thought of fauna, and perhaps will benefit from this legislation. There was other stuff. What am I missing from the legislative session? I don't know if it's super pertinent.
Location confidential provision.
Oh yeah, good one.
Which gives the secretary the ability to protect information regarding the location of rare species.
And we had faced some challenges around that. We generally provide maps that show a amorphous polygon that indicates the area where a species has been identified, and had a couple of regulatory or instances in regulatory proceedings where folks had asked for additional specificity and recognized we didn't have the ability to keep that information confidential, and it felt pretty important to be able to do so. So please, the legislature supported making that change.
Big one.
I think I should slide you a note at this point and ask if we should talk about mountain lions or if you're not going to talk about mountain lions. But I'll make it an oral note.
Can I just cut in a second, just to say, really, the Reptile Amphibian Scientific Advisory Group, really pleased to see progress on those two fronts.
Yeah.
Both the pet trade and the protection of turtles that we're trying to protect, but at the same time, if you had a license, you could go out and shoot them. I mean, yeah, it just didn't make any sense at all. And so really to lay the groundwork that we have, that you guys have, is something that we supported, and we're really happy to see that you guys followed through on that and got that done. Good work.
And to add to that, it's not just that you supported it, but this sort of was born out of the advisory group.
We'll take that credit. Thank you.
and very much with Luke Roth working with you on that committee and the group. So it was a team effort for sure, and really good outcome. And the other piece of it was the banning of the sale and possession of red-eared slider, pond sliders, and a clause to allow people who already have them to hang on, and encouraging them to hang on to them. Don't release them. You're fine if you already bought it. And so Luke's been working hard to, talk with the pet stores and make sure they're all on board, make sure they're documenting if they had some, and tracking that as a way to implement that. So a lot of little pieces to it. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of little pieces, but this, taken in its aggregate, was probably one of the most significant, I would say, modernizations of Fish and Wildlife statute that's happened during my tenure. It just, there were a lot of small pieces, but the cumulative effect of them is really pretty significant. Maybe even surprisingly significant, that they all came together in the end. And that wasn't clear that was going to happen at the outset of the session, but a lot of the folks around this table went to great lengths to make the case for many of these changes, and I'm glad to see this work in place.
Well, thanks. I had nothing to do with it, but thank you. Thanks to the department. It was a wonderful effort.
I know you were there in spirit.
I was there in body at some juncture, but didn't have anything to say. But that's I'd love to take any questions if folks have them, and very excited for this tenure and for the pros I get to work with every day here. So thanks, Matt. It's great to see you. I just took me a minute there. Been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. Good to see you too, Jason. Wish I could be there in person today.
We'll see you again soon, I'm sure. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Is there public education along with those bills that's happened, information that you've gotten out to the public about those new laws, or that you plan to get out to inform them about the pet trade, red-eared sliders, and also the protection of reptiles, amphibians? Has that happened already, or is that planned, or?
Well, there was outreach around this when it was passed and when it came into effect after July 1st. So we did do the usual press release and follow up with reporters. It could be something we do another round of later. The press will only take so many repeats.
I
it
wonder
was on
about
our social media and all the usual outlets.
More specifically, you and Luke and others launched direct outreach to the pet stores.
Yeah.
To make sure that they understood there was now this new restriction on something that they had been selling.
Yeah.
Good news was it sounded like most of them did not have any more red-eared sliders or sliders.
Yeah.
In general. But in any event, they were all directly contacted, both by mail, and I think Luke spoke to many of them.
Do you still print? I mean, I used to get this hunting and fishing guide, hunting and fishing regulations.
We put the annual digest together, yeah.
Will there be stuff in there about, in terms of hunting or protection of herps?
I don't know if we included something about that in the digest, but that's a good point, Jim.
I mean, it wouldn't take a lot to add that in there.
Let me,
people are out in the field with a gun anyhow, to be reminded what the new rules are.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
Outreach on social media to reach the college age crowd too, who may be bringing spiders with them as pets from another state.
That's a good point.
Oh, I'm done. I'm leaving UVM. Here, release this out in the Gilbert Natural area. Would be beneficial.
We'll talk with the outreach folks at the digest.
Thanks.
There was a was it Vermont Edition program, I think. Andrea, I think, was on that.
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like I've heard it a couple times on Vermont Public. So there's definitely been at least some outreach on the radio too.
Good.
Brian's got his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Welcome, Commissioner. Someone's been around this discussion for, gosh, I guess it's been 40 years now on long-term funding for the department. I'm wondering if there's any discussions or specific ideas about other revenue sources long-term for the department.
Yes, we are sort of, I would say, midway through the process of rolling out a conservation license. The name is not quite final, but this is an idea that was brought to us by the governor after batting the idea around for a long time, and he saw the time as right to suggest that we roll this out internally, and it appears it can be done through a commissioner's rule. So lucky me, I get to have this during my tenure, I think, which will essentially raise awareness and provide for people to have to pay to use Fish and Wildlife accesses and lands if they are not otherwise licensed to do so through a fishing or hunting or trapping license. And so if you wanted to, say, hike Rattlesnake Mountain, that you would have to step up to the kiosk and pay through a QR code or through a license that you previously purchased. the pieces that we haven't put together yet are how to get this license in front of people. So the awareness is there for folks who have been using these lands for 100 years for free. We see it as a big win that's going to bring a good chunk of money to the department over the course of time, increasing year after year. And so it won't be necessarily a legislative push as we're able to handle it here, but it will have to go through some legislative channels far down the line. But that's our big one right now. I think our business office is most excited about it. They're fairly confident in the studies they've done, in the amount of money that it's going to recoup. At the end of the runway, the first few years, it's going to take some education, and we're committed to that education as we are with any new law that we roll out. But it should have an effect, and it will last in perpetuity. It won't fix everything.
Yeah,
And then it'll go for WMAs. It'll apply to WMAs or?
Correct. Yep, WMAs.
Paddlers who put in at fishing access that may not have a license. It's intended to recognize that there's a real cost to maintaining all of these access and opportunities. And right now, hunters and anglers are the ones being asked to pay in, even though they represent only a portion of the overall users of those lands. And the other thing is just we've looked, and there's, I think, one of you can correct me if I'm wrong, there are about 14 other states that have already moved in this direction. So this is not a novel idea. There's a lot of basis for it, which I think is part of what gives the Fish and Wildlife Business Office confidence that long-term this will be really useful to the department financially, but I think also bring or raise awareness to Vermonters about there is a cost of public lands, which sometimes is pretty hidden from view.
And just one quick follow-up. Can you parse those funds to, the non-game side, for example, to use versus game side, to use dated terms there?
Sure. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I would believe, Brian, will have that flexibility, and then the other piece to balance is just how we maximize our ability to access federal resources, which require state match and sometimes condition then what those state matches have to be used for. So I wouldn't say we're there yet, but I do think there are opportunities with this model that may not exist with our current funding approach.
Great, thanks.
Matt?
Yeah, just interested in the funding proposal discussion. I'm sure folks have thought about this, and just curious, obviously supportive of developing new revenue streams for the department, but also thinking about the potential negative impacts of essentially people having to pay to use public lands for even just hiking kind of activities. I mean, is there in that proposal, is there any any means to sort of mitigate the negative effect on folks for whom even small user fees might be a serious disincentive or just a financial hardship when we want to promote people getting into the outdoors and having these experiences?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a piece we're still working on, and it's certainly a really important concern you're raising, and frankly, one we share. Is we don't want to put up unnecessary barriers, yet we know there are quite a few Vermonters that are using these facilities that do have the capacity to contribute and aren't. And so looking for ways. So one of the things we discussed previously was, is there an opportunity where somebody could simply select a no-cost license or a no-cost habitat stamp that would give them, show their intention to use state lands, allow us to be in contact with them, but without a price. And I think we're still sorting through what the management challenges that presents. But the concern you're raising is an important one. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, glad to hear it's being considered for sure.
I would think that, and maybe you guys do some of this already, but that in terms of conservation, the biggest threats are habitat loss and fragmentation. And so if there was some sort of a fee for habitat loss, you know, that each time there was a taking of habitat, now I'm not looking at a specific species here, but just each time we lose wildlife habitat, if there's a habitat fee that then is used to conserve lands and manage wildlife. Do you have something like that already working? I mean, this would be a specific habitat or fragmentation fee.
So we do through Act 250, and John may be able to speak to that better than I am, but there's protections for certain types of habitat that Act 250 affords that we pursue through those regulatory proceedings, with folks paying into conservation funds. Deer wintering area, grassland bird habitat are the two that come immediately to mind. We also have a very rigorous wetlands permitting program that goes beyond Act 250. And covers a lot of habitat pieces outside of sort of our existing regulatory structures, though, including Act 250 and Section 248, which are the electricity generation and transmission projects. There isn't a broader landscape level assessment that we do. I think it would be challenging from a workload perspective. I think the workload associated with our participation in Act 250 and Section 248 is already significant. It isn't work that there's necessarily a revenue stream that comes to the department to cover the costs of. And so we've talked at times about a wildlife permit or a habitat permit. And it feels like it would be an incredible lift to stand up. And I'm not sure it's one Vermont has, frankly, the capacity to administer.
It would seem like putting the economic responsibility on the people who are benefiting from the loss of habitat. You know, the developers who are benefiting from that loss of habitat would be the logical place to put, to become a funding source for fish and wildlife. You know,
well, as Secretary Moore says, so as you know, Jim, our department has been a technical assistance provider to the Act 250 process for 35 years. We receive mitigation fees from time to time for specific habitat types.
Yeah,
Secretary Moore mentioned some of them: deer wintering areas, grassland bird habitat, various types of black bear habitat, wetlands, travel corridors, those sorts of things. But that's on a case-by-case basis. And the money doesn't go to offset the cost of the department's participation in the process. It goes to conserve other habitat. So we want the effect of that money to have a conservation benefit, not just to help with department operations. You know, one of the other things that we have considered in the past is trying to get a greater percentage of the permit fee from now the Land Use Review Board, formerly the Natural Resources Board, associated with the Act 250 process. So basically let the process pay for the contribution of the agency to, informing decisions.
The one thing I would add is the Act 181 of 2024, which was the big Act 250 reform bill, created 3 tiers of review for Act 250 going forward that are still in the process of being stood up. Tier 1 would actually reduce regulatory requirements in our existing designated centers, so downtowns and village areas, trying to encourage smart growth and infill. Tier 2 would sort of be the steady as she goes. It would look very much like Act 250 does today. Tier 3 areas, which are supposed to be significant natural resource areas, would be provided a higher level of protection, in that almost any development in a Tier 3 area would go through Act 250, as opposed to 10 units of housing or 10 acres of disturbance. That work is very much in process right now with the Land Use Review Board, but it may get at some of what you're describing, assuming we're able to kind of land in a good place in identifying those areas that should receive that higher level of protection. And again, it's working to find a balance point between the effort and capacity of this team and the significance and rarity of some of these resource areas to make sure we are directing our attentions to the most sensitive places.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I was kind of thinking of just a standard per acre fee. You know, you develop this many acres that were not previously developed, then this is what you pay, you know, without putting any time into it at all. And you still do your work on top of that. But I just throw that out there as an idea that you guys can work up to detail.
Did you have a question?
I was just gonna say exactly what Jim said. Already said. Per acre.
Yeah, I think I guess when you're thinking about the, sort of the theory behind it, is it the user that pays or is it the destroyer that pays? And, I think the fragmentation piece is maybe where the per acre part gets a little bit harder to, kind of put into context, like, long, half-mile driveways, not many acres, but a lot of fragmentation. I was just going to say, obviously, for me being a birder, I think it's great. And I think you probably have pretty strong support from the birding community. I'm obviously in a position where I can, I could afford to pay a conservation license, but, I was talking to Amy Alfieri about the drawdown at Dead Creek. I think there were something like 130 eBird checklists that were submitted from Stone Dam in the month of August. Incredible. And I think that's, it's a testament to, just the popularity of a lot of the WMAs in terms of birding. I think at the same time, going back to your comment about the relevancy, I think also, sort of getting the word out that the department is, equally engaged in the conservation of non-game species as it is with game species as a really important message as well. Because I think there is a tendency to say, we're really concerned about lake trout and white-tailed deer and, wild turkey and, not so much about shorebirds and warblers and that sort of thing. So I think that relevancy conversation that goes along with funding is really important.
Yeah, Alan, it's great to hear you say that because I think just from my personal perspective, we sit in these rooms and we talk about different groups and who might help fund. And my mind always goes to birders. It just acutely focuses on birders. And so I consequently never say it because I'm like, I don't want to single anybody out. But it's great to hear you say that because I do feel as though it's a strong group. It's one of the fastest growing groups in the country. It's unsung, if you will, and certainly without painting with any broad brushes, it tends to have some folks of means who wouldn't mind throwing $20 toward the department, especially for a place like Dead Creek that was built for birds and has clearly succeeded over the last 5-6 decades of its existence, and that's a really neat sort of passive way to look at usage, right? I never thought to look at eBird for user groups, but that's a great way to see who's using our land. Great way.
Yep.
Sure, everybody else thought of that. I just didn't think of that.
I think you can add paddlers to your list of groups, right? Because that's another group that just, I think, again, would be willing to pay for the resource fast.
Yep, could, would, should. Yeah. I think you're onto something there.
Go ahead, Brian.
We got to play between Roz and Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
Just that I'm wondering whether it would be appropriate for the committee, the Endangered Species Committee, maybe to draft a memo, addressing some of what we've just been discussing in terms of affordability and overall public access and burden, whether it would be, in our role as advisory to the secretary, whether, I'd be willing to be involved in that, just come up with some other options, suggestions overall. I want to buy a conservation stamp and a habitat stamp, but I like the idea of, considering fairness and access and burden. So I don't know if Alan or the rest of the committee would be interested in that.
Who, Jason, I was going to ask who in your team is working on this right now?
So it's largely our management team, which is comprised of our directors, program managers, Andrea, and myself, who are in high level discussions at the moment. I've yet to see an actual proposal outside of one that's an outline, and so I said we're halfway there, and I think we are. But looking at what that proposal looks like, knowing that it's essentially a flip of a switch for me, getting there is sort of up to us, and so.
And I think we're targeting January 1st, 2027.
For having people pay.
Yes,
right?
to having the system, having the transition from the current license structure to this new conservation license structure.
Because there's
a flip of a switch. I mean, this is how you can do that. You don't need legislation for this.
Correct.
Kind of like what's happening in the federal government now.
Awesome parallel. Exactly what I was thinking. That's fine. No, some more checks and balances, I hope, but with all positive.
Ross, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, this may be getting too fine grained, but regarding use by birders of WMAs, there was actually an initiative by Cornell Lab of Ornithology through eBird to actually collect that data on WMAs across states to find out who the users were for who were entering eBird and to get data and to pull that for states and to charge us some money to get it. And they were going to pilot it like in Missouri or somewhere. I don't know, maybe Kent knows something about this because of his involvement with eBird, but I was on it and then it kind of disappeared. So I don't know if something came of that, but it'd be really helpful. It would do it for us. They have all the data. So I don't know if Kent's listening. He might know if something happened with that.
Yeah, I am listening. I don't know if anything's happening with that, but just to remind everybody that we do manage eBird Vermont and have since 2003, where Vermont is the first state portal ever into eBird. And now there's lots of those portals. And so because of that, we can do anything we want with the data. So if you want something done about wildlife management areas and we can mine it, I mean, we're at the Vermont House of Life, we're happy to figure out how to mine it to help with anything like that, anything of licensing or ideas or whatever. It's fine. It would be a fine thing to do. So, yeah.
Can you get that done by tomorrow? We'll take it.
I'm almost done coding it in R right now, Roz. It should be on your desk by noon.
Excellent. You've become so efficient. It's great.
Oh, geez. I realized I didn't have my camera on too. I really am here, I swear. So yeah.
I know.
No, I'm seriously though, anything we want to do with eBird, I'm all ears. Always let me know. Like we're game. We don't collect the data for nothing. So yeah.
Great.
That's great. Thank
Very
you, Ken.
helpful.
Alan, I'm struck by your observation of the eBird data at Dead Creek in particular. It makes me realize, the reason you've got all of those shorebirds there, as you know, is because we're able to manipulate the water levels of some of those ponds. And that's an artifact of our ability, 70 years ago, to have created that system, which would not happen today. You won't see another Dead Creek in the state of Vermont. So even more of a unique place. And I think about that in the context of all of our efforts for wetland restoration along Otter Creek, the Missisquoi, the Winooski, where we're making investments of millions of dollars to conserve and restore floodplain wetlands. And we're doing some great work, but you won't see another Dead Creek.
Yeah, but
it's a very different approach.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say though, if we were removing tile drains, we may actually have natural shorebird habitat that doesn't actually need to be created by water level manipulation. You'd actually have, natural pooling and puddling in a lot of places where it just gets run right off into the river really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead, Matt.
Me.
Oh,
I'll go after Matt.
okay.
Okay. What, just to throw another angle out on the I guess the issue of equity of access and this thought of using eBird data. I wonder if you could sort of mine that to target or identify a suite of specific sites like Dead Creek and other sites that are particularly popular sites, and have those be sort of conservation license, essentially pay sites, and then a suite of other lands, maybe those where there's been maybe even less upfront investment in terms of creating the site that's an attraction in the first place, that those remain freely open to the public still, just as a way of sort of balancing equity of access kind of things.
I appreciate that, Matt. Yeah, I think some of this is going to be an evaluation of where these places are and where they're most used. And I can think of, let's say, Podunk WMA. I think it's in Stratford, right? I used to go see it on occasion when I lived down there. And the thought of paying to go use it for me was a very foreign concept, and probably to the neighboring properties, right? And then I started to think about, well, I have a hunting license, and I know that person has a fishing license, so they're already covered, right? And up to age X amount, those kids are covered. And Forest and Parks has efforts underway for folks who are of need, who can approach the department and receive some sort of grace for access, even upwards of a couple of weeks of camping for free. And so certainly I really appreciate this. This is thoughtful in our approach, because we do have the ability to do this right, and other states have not done it as right as they would have liked to have on their first crack. And so I appreciate that very much. I look at this as an opportunity, but something that that's really going to open our eyes to people who are already using and might not be super excited about this like we all are. But thanks.
Yeah, another thought just popped into my head, at having a young kid now. I've become aware that a lot of our public libraries actually have various types of museum passes and things like that, essentially facilitating access for folks of less means. So maybe there's some way of having essentially a conservation license that can be checked out by families or something like that, distributed to all the public libraries.
You won't believe this, but well, you might. I was handing my credit card to the person at Elmore State Park this weekend to pay $19 to go hike the mountain, which I can see from my house and could walk out there for free. When my wife said, we could just stop at the library in Elmore and tell them we're a resident, and we could get a punch card for 10 of these for free. And I'm like, next weekend, we're gonna do this for free. Yeah. So yeah, I'm aware of that now, just $19 late.
Yep.
So I just wanted to chime in. So tomorrow, WCAX will be talking about, they'll be interviewing Amy Alfieri, the manager at Dead Creek, about Stone Dam and how it supports shorebirds. So that was thanks to Alan copying me on his email to Amy about the birds he saw. And I asked Josh Morse from Outreach if he could line up an interview just to talk about the value that the WMA brings for shorebirds. So during certain times of the year, critical times. So something will show up.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Nice. Great.
Have you done surveys to see what those ex-hunters and fishers are now doing?
Thanks, Secretary Moore.
On public lands, just to see how they're using it. I just take to myself, because I grew up bow hunting and I grew up rifle hunting for deer and I grew up duck hunting. And now I go fishing with my daughter once in a while.
Sure.
That's about in terms with But, you know, I've been to Stone Dam 3 times in the last few weeks, you know, and you know, I go out and chase snakes and I go out and chase birds and et cetera, but just to, okay, what are these people doing? What are the activities that they're really involved in, and how could we get funding from those activities? How could we generate funding? Do you know that kind of stuff, what they're doing?
What those people are up to? I think the answer is yes. Chris
Okay.
Saunders would be able to tell you.
Yeah.
But I'd probably be wrong if I said one way or another.
Yeah.
I do know that they're reachable. I do know that we try to reach them. I don't know if we've asked them, what are you up to now? Why aren't you buying a hunting license, or why aren't you buying a fishing license? I don't know. But another great question.
Chris Saunders would know, you're right.
He would.
Yeah.
I too have to leave here in a minute, but I can go plug him on the way out if you want him to pop in.
I was just thinking I'm just thinking that would be useful information to try to figure out where your sources of funding are.
Yeah, and sort of even through the lens of, well, you don't buy a hunting license anymore. You know, maybe a lot of them have permanence and we simply don't know if they're hunting unless they print a license out, right?
Yeah.
But folks that don't, would you be willing to, we missed your funding. Would you be willing to continue some sort of legacy funding toward our department? I bet it's not nobody, but it's people. My dad calls it his year-round license, FYI. I think it's really funny. I'm like, it's not a year-round license, Dad. It's a permanent license.
Before you go, Commissioner, do you want to take up the topic that is the mountain lion in the room?
Sure.
Since you
Sure. Yeah. It seems to be popular to talk about briefly. And I'll probably swing and miss on a few of the finer points, but you may know that the state has been approached to reintroduce mountain lions. The folks that knocked on the door, I believe they're called Panthera, and they approached the committee chair, Amy Sheldon, out of Middlebury, and the chair's been hearing them out, and they've allow me to fast forward. They've gone up to their first symposium, which was held at UVM last Tuesday or 2 Tuesdays ago.
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Couple weeks ago.
And we had folks present. Seems to be a well-intended, well-funded organization that has a lot of theoretical, a lot of aspirations. Maybe not overly aligned with sort of the ethical side of how we're looking at a reintroduction of a large carnivore, but didn't want anyone to be unaware, and certainly answer a couple questions if anyone was interested about it.
You mind if I add a couple of
please
thoughts?
Yeah, add.
So I mean, this is, I never thought in my career I'd be spending so much time thinking about and talking about mountain lions, but here we are. This is a topic that I think is quite relevant to this committee, because it forces the question of where do our wildlife conservation priorities lie with so many pressing challenges in front of us. When we think of the list of species that are that are on the list, that are listed as threatened and endangered, it's a long list. And many of those species of plants and animals don't get the attention that they need and they deserve, because we don't have the resources to support all of that. Neither do you or any of the partners. So when the House Committee on the Environment took this topic up last legislative session, they actually introduced a bill that would require our department to conduct a feasibility study on the subject of the reintroduction of mountain lions to Vermont. But of course, that also implies going beyond Vermont, because if you were to have, as you know, they're wide-ranging animals. You could release a cat in downtown Montpelier today, and it might be in the outskirts of Boston or Montreal tomorrow.
I wouldn't recommend downtown Montpelier.
There's a lot of deer.
Some people would recommend.
Oh yeah,
Montpelier's
a whole lot of deer down there. Be one happy mountain lion. Anyway, it forces the conversation about where do our priorities lie and where do our limited resources go. And And is this a worthwhile investment of time and money, given where we're at with other present challenges? And it's also forces the question of, are other states and provinces willing to tackle the same issue or the same idea and make the commitment to managing that apex predator once it's on the landscape? So we've been speaking with our colleagues in neighboring states. I know it'll be a topic for you, Commissioner, in your commissioners meeting that's coming up. So anyway, it's just, it raises some interesting questions. And we, the department, have approached the conversation in an open-minded way, being objective. It's an interesting idea, but there's lots of big questions associated with it. No easy answers to them.
Yeah, I'll say Jed Murdoch, chair of the Mammal SAG, has been involved in these conversations as well. He's got to teach now. I don't know if he'll be able to join us later on, but anyway, yeah, I think it's I'm glad you brought it up. And I mean, are you envisioning this coming back up as an initiative in the next session?
More than likely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. I will say that rarely do I talk to a forester who doesn't say there are too many deer on the landscape. You know, if you just talk to the foresters, that's pretty widespread understanding. And I'm sure that issue has come up with this panther reintroduction idea. You know.
I mean,
it'd be a tough one.
It's one of a long list of questions that would have to be answered, right? What would the effect be on the prey base that mountain lions would rely on? Is it sufficient to support a breeding population of mountain lions? And what would that population of breeding mountain lions need to look like in order to become self-sustaining? And would it actually have the desired effect on deer density when we've already got a wide range of predators on the Vermont and Northeast landscape that love to eat deer? People included.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the conversations, and I think it'll be engaging and exciting wherever we end up. But I think that I'll steal your words. I think we have to be responsible and accepting in our approach to whatever happens, for the simple fact that we don't know what the outcome is going to be, and if they're present and thriving, then it's going to be squarely our purview and our charge to maintain them on the landscape. And so we don't want to do that with a frown on our faces, right? So we want to do that responsibly. That's all. I didn't think of that. That was all John, but he's given that to me to spread. So I think I can share it. Yeah. We don't want to be like this when it happens. We want to be like this if it happens, right? And we'll accept it. Maybe like this. We'll accept it.
It's a challenging issue.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Challenging issue. I remember when Massachusetts tried to introduce timber rattlesnakes to an island in a reservoir. They got shut down, you know, even though it was on an island, but it was just too threatening to some people. Yeah, didn't happen. Maybe things have changed. I hope. Yeah.
Carla, were you gonna?
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Jim was actually just starting to dip into the topic I was going to ask about, and just sort of expose my ignorance to taxa outside plants. But it's certainly at the, the floral SAG level, we intermittently bring up topics of assisted migration or reintroduction. And so I'm sort of familiar with how those conversations unfold, but was just going to ask if this topic has come up either for mammals or other taxa, in Vermont in anyone's experience here. I know there was like a marten release a couple decades ago, which wasn't a full-on reintroduction, but just sort of what the department's experience is with something like this. Probably not anything at this scale, but has it come up before?
Well, yeah, I mean, you mentioned the marten reintroduction, Carla. That's maybe the most recent one, which, even though it's been quite a while, has met with some success. They're still, they remain present on the Vermont landscape, which is encouraging. And they were released in southern Vermont. We now have a population in the northeastern portion of the state. But fisher exist in Vermont because they were reintroduced. Wild turkey exist in Vermont because they were reintroduced. Beaver were reintroduced. There's a long history of reintroductions in Vermont and the Northeast.
Even deer. There's a period of time where deer were brought up from Pennsylvania. I'll send you information.
All right. Well, I think I appreciate that, and yeah, really interesting issue. And I thank the I like the outlook as well as management with a smile. So so thanks so much.
I got a boogie. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
appreciate it,
Sorry.
Commissioner. Yeah,
Great to see you all. I'll see you again soon, I hope.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
I was going to say, Roz, do you want to nag us about things we should be doing for you?
I love having that role.
Nice. All right.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
I'll keep this quick. I'll follow this up with an email to everybody. But after this meeting will be the perfect time to submit hours and mileage, which we really, really need for our match for our state wildlife grant funding. And I can provide paper copies. I'll go make some copies at lunch for anybody here who doesn't like to use online. And that's always still an option if you just hate the online system. But I'll send an email with the details. I'm sending it with our meeting dates from the past year, so that you don't have to look up when they were. But just note that that it also includes any time you spent outside of the meetings on work related to our business with the SAGs or with the V.S.A. It includes all the time you work on those things. Don't confuse it with work on the Wildlife Action Plan, however. John Cart here is collecting hours for that separately. So this is just work outside of the Wildlife Action Plan work. So maybe there won't be a lot of it, given a lot of us have been working on the plan pretty hard. So I'll send that around, a reminder with that information. I just wanted to say it out loud.
Great. Thank you, Roz. And remember, Roz said this is the perfect time.
It is, because we have to document the match we collected for this past year and submit it this fall. So ending September 30th. So so this is the time to do it, unless you plan on having a few more hours this month, then wait till the end of the month.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. And thank you so much. I know it's an extra hassle, but it's how we get our federal funding. Otherwise, we can't spend the funding we get. So it's really important.
I was just going to make a plug again to have a link right to the online form on the agenda for each meeting. So it's like always
That's
there
a good idea.
for us.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. Maybe John, before you jump in, John, Stephanie, do you want to talk about neonics for a minute?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. That'd be great.
So under, I don't remember the act number, but I have it up. Hold on. So I have lots of acts that I have to follow. Act 182 of 2024. The legislature passed, and the governor actually vetoed, but that veto was overridden, limitations on the use of neonicotinoid pesticides. And those limitations exist for, and this is as passed by the legislature, for neonic treated seeds that are soybean or cereal grain crops, as well as neonicotinoid pesticides that are used on the outdoor application to any crop during bloom. That's typically already on the label. You can't do that. So you got to follow the label first and foremost of any pesticide. Outdoor application to soybeans or any cereal grain crop. Outdoor application to crops in the leafy vegetable, brassica, bulb vegetables, herbs and spices and stalk, stem leaf, petiole vegetable crop groups harvested after bloom, and there are very few that are harvested after bloom. And then the general indoor or outdoor application to ornamental plants. Ornamental plants are defined in the Act as meaning perennials, annuals, and ground cover purposely planted for aesthetic reasons. This limitation, however, does not apply to turf, and it does not apply to forestry activities. And that was specifically outlined in testimony. Turf was included and then turf was removed. So the agency, that's like the background, and is also as a part of 182, the agency has to go through the rulemaking process to adopt best management practices for the use of neonicotinoid pesticides and treated seed. For now, neonicotinoid treated seeds can be used until January 1st of 2029. So these best management practices will apply for the use once they're effective up until that limitation takes effect in 2029. It does, however, also impact the use of neonicotinoid pesticides, the rules that are currently permitted. So it would be turf uses. And then the other potential use is if the Agency of Agriculture approves an exemption due to an agricultural or environmental emergency, where we have to consult with the Agency of Natural Resources, we have to share our exemption, and it's very specified as to what standards exist that the agency could issue an exemption under. And so these best management practices would be implemented associated with an exemption issued by the Secretary of the Agency of Agriculture. We do believe, though, however, that the environmental and agricultural emergency is a fairly high bar. So, for instance, there are a number of neonicotinoid pesticide, or there's chemistries that are effective for use against elongate hemlock scale, and hemlocks are an ornamental plant. Currently, you're prohibited because that prohibition went into effect on July 1st of this year. You would not have access to that pesticide for treatment on that hemlock tree in an ornamental in a landscape. However, if that hemlock was in the forest, you could use that pesticide, and therefore these best management practices would be implemented. If we did issue an exemption, going back to the exemptions, more than likely, many of the best management practices that are listed in the proposed rule could become conditions of that permit and would be regulatory standards under that permit. But as they're proposed right now, best management practices are recommendations for use, just like best management practices are used in any other sphere that are recommended. Mostly they're recommended. So that's kind of the quick update. I wasn't sure if there was something more specific that folks were interested in learning about. I will say the comment period on the draft rule ends on the 11th. And I can put a copy of the draft rule as well as information regarding providing comments to the agency. 5 public hearings were held over 5 weeks approximately. The last one was held last week in, I think in Bennington. So the public hearings have concluded. There are actual, you could watch the virtual meetings. We taped them. And so you could, watch a 2-hour public hearing if you were interested to see what the comments were that could inform your comments. But yeah, were there any specific questions?
Yeah, go for it, Brian.
Well, I guess I just, how do the best management practices comport with the rule itself? Are they a component of the rule, or will they be developed after the rulemaking?
Best management practices are the content of the rule.
Okay.
Because that's how the legislature directed the agency to act, was to adopt by rule best management practices.
Okay.
And so those are the rule.
And the rule includes the provision for exemptions for, like, in these emergencies, like criteria for that. For
The
exemption.
legislature outlined the criteria for when the agency would exempt, would issue an exemption. So that's already in the law. And I can provide a copy. I can link a copy of the law.
Okay, and there's no, I assume there's no preemption of, we should know this, I suppose. I'm sorry, I don't. Preemption of the need for takings permits when it comes to listed species in terms of the rule. You know, if
that
there's
is not mentioned in either the rule or in the law. So I don't know the answer to that. I don't think so it hasn't been mentioned, so I don't think it's changed. You know, it hasn't changed. Whatever was in place is in place. So that hasn't changed.
Okay. Thanks for that, Stephanie. Yeah, thanks for so you've uploaded the act.
That's the act. So that provides you like kind of the framework that the agency is operating within. And it includes information about the criteria for the exemptions specifically, because you had asked that question. And then the best, I just want to make sure that I have the right link for the best management practices, but I'll put that in the chat as well.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
Paul?
You're muted, Paul.
Sorry about that. Hi, Stephanie. Could you briefly summarize what kind of comments you received at some of those hearings, and who were the people that were, speaking? Were they industry or, commercial or homeowners, or probably not going to have time to look at those 2-hour meetings, but.
Yeah, I don't think I can provide a list of the comments, but as a part of the process, the agency will issue a summary of the comments and then and responses by the agency to those comments. So a responsiveness summary is what we call it. And so we haven't done that yet because the comment period doesn't end until September 11th. So that would be the best place to find comments. I only attended one hearing, and I can tell you that participants included individuals that are beekeepers. It included farmers that have livestock, and it included pesticide industry. No, it didn't include pesticide industry at that one. It was seed industry folks were at the meeting that I attended. And university professors as well. So that was the one that I went to.
Sort of as a general kind of observation, though, there was a lot of pushback, or what kind of?
So one comment was made from farming industry about whether or not they're generally in the room, which was maybe there were 40 people. This was in St. Albans. Whether or not the farmers would agree and support the best management practices, and generally the answer was yes. Generally. Certainly it's not an industry-wide, it doesn't capture everybody, but folks were generally yes. And then what was other? So there is some concern that they're not enforceable, best management practices. that they are recommended that farmers who use, or anybody who's using a neonicotinoid pesticide, so that would include nurseries, for instance, that are cultivating ornamental plants. Actually, well, it's prohibited, so they can't actually use them now. But if they received an emergency exemption, then these best management practices would come into play. But again, in that instance, I keep forgetting this, is that it's likely if the agency went through the process of issuing an exemption to enable the use of the neonicotinoid pesticide, that we would have conditions in that permit that would likely mirror or could be more stringent than the best management practices that are in the rule. So again, in some terms, they could become enforceable under permit. But currently, as suggested, they're not enforceable, and that was a concern that was shared. So,
was there discussion about how, seed companies, these big conglomerates, have sort of control over the supply of seed for farmers, so that it's really difficult to buy seed that's not been treated? And it's particularly for a small state like Vermont, if you were going to try to buy corn seed that wasn't treated with the neonics, I don't know where you would go. And that was one issue that seems to be, kind of on the radar screen. The other thing that I've heard about too, which is a little alarming, is that, this stuff even shows up in the dust when farmers are planting. We'll take corn as another example. And the chemicals are so toxic that just a small, parts per billion of this stuff getting in the air and then floating God knows how many miles, or could be hundreds of miles, and still having impact on environments far from where crops were planted.
Yes, both of those concerns were raised. And I know that Heather Darby at UVM is doing dust studies. There's potentially changes in technology since some dust studies were done. I don't know how recently they've been done, but Heather is doing some dust studies, as well as work with Cornell regarding pest risk assessments, which is one of the conditions in order for the agency to issue an exemption to gain access to treated seed. So that's ongoing. And indeed, yes, there are concerns that were raised about availability of seed. We do know that you can get untreated seed, but you might not get untreated seed that meets the needs of your farm. So for instance, in this year, we had a very wet spring. People order their seeds now for next year, and they order a specific maturity for those seeds. And then if they had to pivot next spring, they would have limited access to a non-neonic treated seed, because many seeds have specific traits. And in order to have that trait that you might need, you need to have other treatments. They go hand in hand, and we have less than 0.2% of the market in the state of Vermont. So yes, availability of seed is a concern.
Okay, well, thanks. I appreciate that, Stephanie. Very helpful. And I think we'll have to leave it there for now. And I'll turn it over to John and give us an update on the big solar project, as well as the wildlife action plan.
I'll two quick questions. One, I think you guys are due for a break. Do you want me to do this beforehand? And then the other piece is you've got the guests, Steve and Lori from Fish and Wildlife Service, to talk about lamprey control, and they've been sitting here for. Do you want me? I can wait if you want to move them up.
You guys, Steve and Laura, you have a deadline. I know that, so you've got to get out of here
by lunch,
a little bit early. Yeah.
Yeah, by lunch.
And I don't know. Do you want to pop back after lunch, John? Would that?
I can do that.
Okay. All right.
Whatever's
so
easiest for you guys.
Okay. Thanks, I appreciate it. Sorry to push you off. So why don't we take a 6-minute break and and we will come back at 11 or 10:35 and talk about lamprey.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, John.
Now it's easy.
Thanks, John.
Roz and I, Lori and Steve had a conversation. I don't know, boy, was it been 6 months now? It's been a while. But the thought was that while we're here in a sort of a lull between permit applications for lampricide application, we thought maybe it'd be a good opportunity to just kind of have a conversation, hear from Lori and Steve a little bit more, just kind of broad brush about the program, where we are in terms of timing, in terms of treatment of the river, and just to have, sort of a conversation where we're not, right now, sort of grappling with details in the permit, but be able to, just kind of talk a little bit more broadly and holistically about the program as a whole, and hear a little bit from them where we're not in sort of a more of a crisis mode in terms of trying to make a decision on a permit. So with that, Steve and Lori, I'll turn it over to you, and feel free if you want to give any additional context that I didn't give there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I'm just happy to be here today. Another thing I think that Steve and I recognize is that there has been some change at the Lake Champlain Fish and Wildlife Conservation Office as far as leadership. And so this was also a really good opportunity for us to meet everyone prior to, like you said, in the throes of dealing with a permit, but to also provide an update. And so for folks who I have not met before, again, my name is Lori Early, and I'm the project leader now at the Lake Champlain Fish and Wildlife Conservation Office. I grew up in Vermont and spent 18 years out in California working on endangered species, primarily amphibians and salmonids. And so now I returned back to the area back in 2022 and stepped into this leadership role last June 2020. And then at that time, we had the longtime program manager, Brad Young, also left and moved on to a bigger lake in Wisconsin. And Steve Smith stepped into the role as the program manager for sea lamprey control, and that happened in December. So definitely some changes within our office. And again, we worked through a permit not too long ago and identified maybe some areas where we recognize that there could be better communication and or just more information sharing. And so we asked Alan and Roz when a good time to meet with the committee would be, and they thought this meeting would be an opportune time. So we are here to give that overview, provide some updates on the program, and then just answer any questions that the committee may have. And so with that, Steve has prepared this presentation, and I'll hand it over to him.
So, yep, I'm going to present some information here, and apologies in advance. This may be review for many of you here. I know Rich knows all about most of this or early stuff, but I thought it might be important for any new members of the committee just to sort of see where we came from. I'm new to the role as the program manager, but I have been working in the sea lamprey program for over 15 years. So familiar with the on the ground piece, not as much with this part of the program. So let's see how I'm gonna advance the slide. Arrows don't work. Space bar doesn't work. Let's try this. Here we go. Okay, so first up, just a little review on management in Lake Champlain. So the Lake Champlain Fish and Wildlife Management Cooperative, which is made up of Vermont Department of Fish and Wildlife, New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, was established in 1972. General agreement between the commissioners of the state departments and the Fish and Wildlife Service Northeast region. The goal was to establish fisheries, cold water fishery in the lake. I was a driver. In 1985, the cooperative published a draft EIS to start an experimental sea lamprey control program. 1990 was when the experimental lamprey program actually began. That was also when the federal government established the Lake Champlain Special Designation Act. So that federal law basically granted the Fish and Wildlife Service authority to help manage the fisheries in Lake Champlain and specifically carry out sea lamprey control. Moving on from there, the experimental program went through the 90s. And in 2001, the cooperative published a final supplemental environmental impact statement that established a long-term program of sea lamprey control. The cooperative's memorandum of agreement was updated in 2009 to solidify the relationship. In 2010, there was an addendum signed by the cooperative, which essentially changed the roles within the cooperative, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at that time assumed the lead role in administering the sea lamprey control program. So just a little bit on the permitting, the history of the permitting of the program. In the experimental program and in the early years of the long-term program, the state departments were chiefly responsible for the control aspect of the program. So the states were applying for the permits, the states were administering the lampricide treatments. The Fish and Wildlife Service was assisting the states in doing the larval lamprey assessments around the lake. During the early part of the long-term program, my understanding is there was some work both between the Fish and Wildlife Department and DEC to try to streamline the ANC permitting process somewhat. By 2010, they had a 5-year ANC permit had been established, which allowed Fish and Wildlife to conduct 5 years, a treatment on each stream in that 5-year period.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, maybe spell out ANC just in case there's folks in the room who don't know that term.
Certainly. So that's aquatic nuisance control permit. That's issued by the Department of Environmental Conservation for the actual lampricide application. So that permitting process had changed slightly in 2010. In 2015, when the Fish and Wildlife Service assumed responsibility for the permitting part of the program, instead of a 5-year permit that covered different rivers, it was established that the permits could be valid for 5 years, so that each stream would be permitted for a 5-year period, and 2 lampricide applications could be conducted within the life of the permit. So just following that back, that was one of the questions that we spoke with Alan and Ross about this spring, was the length of the permits. When the Fish and Wildlife Service assumed like permittee status, we followed in the role of applying for an application that was for a 5-year permit and 2 lampricide applications. And that's based on the Vermont statute that allows those permits lifespan to be 5 years. One other topic that came up in that discussion was the inclusion of sturgeon restoration as listed as a purpose for lamprey control in our recent permit applications. So beginning in about 1999, I think 1998 to 2008, roughly, the department did a fairly large investigation into the sturgeon population in Lake Champlain. During that period, it was noted that there was a high incidence of sea lamprey wounding. This is just a couple examples of fish from back in those early 2000s. They noted somewhere in the neighborhood around, in the report, it says 2.5 wounds per fish was what they found during that initial sampling. And following that period of sampling, in 2016, the Lake Champlain Lake Sturgeon Recovery Plan was finalized and signed. And in that plan, it was recommended strategies to address limiting factors to restoration. And they were listed, among them were listed continuing efforts to reduce sea lamprey numbers in Lake Champlain, to reduce lamprey predation on subadult and adult. Lake sturgeon, it was listed as a highest priority. I'll mention another priority listed in the same document was minimizing impacts of lampricide treatments on lake sturgeon young of the year in rivers where sturgeon presence has been documented. So it was really in response to the adoption of the recovery plan that the Fish and Wildlife Service added that reasoning, the purpose statement to incidental take, in addition to sturgeon recovery based on those strategies listed in the recovery plan. We do believe that the current application practice of applying lampricide later in the year, in September and into October, does provide that prevents any impact or minimal impact on the young of the year sturgeon that are present in those rivers. And I can't really speak to the status of the population currently, but I have communicated with the biologists that are working on the sturgeon population, and there does seem to be a reduced incidence of sea lamprey wounding in recent collections. They're still collecting and tagging adult and subadult sturgeon and tracking with acoustic receivers around the lake. Next, I'll just talk briefly about the status of the lake trout population, which has undergone some changes in recent years. Historically, the states of Vermont and New York stocked lake trout as early as the 1950s. Really, a sustained stocking program was initiated in the 70s, and part of that development of the management cooperative. Despite the stocking, there was no evidence of any natural recruitment in the population up until about 2015. UVM started documenting naturally reproduced fish and recruited into the population in several locations. And since 2015, those naturally reproduced and recruited lake trout have been increasing in occurrence in other sampling events. And recently, we've seen up to 30% of lake trout sampled by gillnet or in spawning site surveys that are naturally reproduced and recruited. So part of that process, the cooperative had made the decision to reduce lake trout stocking twice between 2022 and 2023, and then in 2025 ended lake trout stocking completely for the time being. We'll continue to monitor the lake trout population and the percentage of wild fish versus stocked. So now just to move on to the program a little bit. Currently, there's approximately 20 tributaries that we may look to schedule lampricide treatment based on need. There are 6 lentic areas that are all in New York State where lampricide applications occur. And we are trapping or using and maintaining barriers in approximately 10 tributaries annually to reduce spawning and limit access to spawning habitat. We have the lake essentially divided into 3 zones, regions, and we target treatment in those regions on a cycle. So in the Northwest region, which is all over in northern New York, we're going to target our control effort in 2026 and 2030. In the South region, we'll be looking to target lampricide applications if needed in 2027 and 2031. And the Northeast zone will be planned for 2028 and 2032. And the Vermont tributaries are listed here. I just put them in red so that it was clear which side of the lake they were on. You know, the program has evolved with time, and we're trying to make use of the newest technology and equipment to improve the application process. This is anything from the application pumps that we use, infrastructure that we're using to spread lampricide more effectively, upgraded mobile laboratory analysis equipment, our pre-treatment monitoring of water chemistry, I believe, is improved with additional logging pH meters and advances in those meters and reliable probes. And we're collecting more data before treatments. And this is, you know, in an effort to capture 24-hour cycles in all areas of the rivers, which we have done in the past and which was done historically. But, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 pH measurements over a 10-hour period is not as good as hourly monitoring. And, you know, with that data, we've developed some computer models that will help us to better understand and estimate times of travel, better predict required treatment concentrations. So these are all investments that we've made to improve the delivery of the program, which obviously includes trying to minimize any impact to non-targets. Following the applications, we continue to monitor and report non-target mortality in a standard spatially stratified manner. I will take this minute to just note, we did 2 lampricide applications in 2024, one in the Missisquoi River and one in the Winooski River. And there was a documented eastern sand darter mortality following the Winooski River treatment. 40 millimeter individual was collected in the upper portion of the Winooski. We did not apply lampricide to Lamoille River or La Platte River in 2024. Surveys didn't indicate that they were necessary. So the wounding rate on lake trout and landlocked Atlantic salmon is the metric that we're currently using to measure the program's effectiveness. We're reporting a sum of what we call A1 through A3 wounds. These are essentially just the fresh and healing wounds on the fish. And these are for a fish in a defined length range to track on both species. You can see we've had a reduction in wounding since the early 2000s. We've met program targets for landlocked Atlantic salmon wounding for the past 4 years. The lake trout wounding continues to hover above our objective. Just another note here, we're initiating a program to create an adult sea lamprey abundance index. So essentially, we're estimating run size on several different tributaries around the lake so that we can have a measure of lamprey abundance that's independent from the fish, from the host populations. So that's in progress. So to sort of just wrap up this part of the discussion, we thought we would bring, a recommendation or a suggestion to the committee for moving forward. In recent years, there has, as Lori mentioned, maybe been some confusion with the timeline of the process. So if we can clarify the timeline slightly and recommend having a lamprey item agenda on for your annual April meeting, moving forward, starting in 2027. And if we haven't submitted an application by the early part of the year, or maybe it's by the end of the prior year, that can be sorted out. Then we can cancel the agenda item, or we can come and give an update if folks would like. And if we have submitted an application, hopefully that April meeting could be used to address any recurring concerns or early questions. And then following that, we can expect the written comments, at some point in the summer, so that the secretary could issue a decision by like September 1st, ideally, for us. So that was basically all I had to share. And like I said, happy to take any questions or talk about anything there that folks have questions with.
If your survey numbers for lamprey are high enough to initiate treatment, how frequently would you like to treat the same river? I mean, if the numbers stayed up, at what interval? Are we talking every 5 years you would treat the same river?
Ideally, 4 years is the established
what you're shooting for
cycle, because that's what we're seeing is generally the transformation rate. So it's in Lake Champlain and most of the streams. The data says that in the 4th year is when the amicetes transform and become parasites. So if there are enough lamprey present, we expect the 1 year class of that population to be transforming and ready to migrate into the lake. So 4-year treatments would essentially prohibit any parasites. Well, the most parasites from leaving.
Yeah. Okay.
And I guess the other point there too, right, is that lamprey are going back to natal streams. They're using olfactory cues to go into the river. So if we're able to knock out the amicetes in one river, we lose that olfactory cue for fish to actually come back into the river. So there's that element to that as well.
And there are instances where treatments are not effective in some cases, in which case perhaps a more frequent treatment would be requested, but that hasn't really been the case on any of our Vermont treatments. I think we've been largely effective in most cases. I think there was one Winooski River treatment where we were less effective than we had hoped to be.
And would you blame that on like pH of the water or flow or?
Not using a high enough concentration to adjust for an elevated pH.
Okay, yeah.
Steve, could you expand on, you mentioned a population estimator. Where would that be applied?
So the idea there is that if we can do individual stream, they're basically spawning run size estimates, and come up with an index. We wouldn't necessarily be able to say this is how many adult lamprey there are, because we can't capture all the spawning runs. But if we developed a certain suite of streams where we could do those mark and recaptures annually, we could yearly be able to say this is how many adult sea lamprey are coming back. We add that number up. There's some modeling to say, you could expand to say what we think the actual population is, or we can just say this is the index of adult abundance. And if that addition of all those streams fluctuates wildly year to year, or if we see a trend in one, we would assume that the adult lamprey population has changed, lake-wide. So this is something that they've been doing now in the Great Lakes for a while. It's another, like I said, it's a independent measure of just lamprey.
Is this different than QAS?
Oh yeah, totally. For the adults, it's a mark and recapture. Yeah, so we capture the adults in the migration, mark them, release them, recapture. So it's strictly adult. Yeah.
I have a quick question. The slide that showed sort of the chart over time of wounds per animal and linking that to the treatments was visually helpful. I wonder if your program has some ability to share, or maybe like a quick grab number that would touch on, as the treatment methodology is refined and the equipment, technology gets better and all this, that if there's some story to tell with a reduced number of non-target species mortality, particularly the protected species that are the concern of this committee.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly have the information on our post-treatment assessments going back into the experimental program, and that would include all of the T&E species. So I can provide that, and I think that's been shared. Generally we have a table that basically has all of the non-target mortality tracked through time.
Mm-hmm.
Paul?
Yeah. Wondering if there's been any difference observed on the wounding of the lake trout that are now sort of breeding them, without being introduced.
So we obviously have that information. I don't think so. The state of Vermont and the cooperative is collecting data, together, and it's certainly possible to tease those things apart. Anecdotally, it appears that yes, the native, or not native, that's the wrong term, but the naturally reproduced lake trout seem to have a lower incidence of wounding. Now, again, like I said, that's anecdotally. I mean, I participate in some of the wounding assessment, so I would agree to that statement, but we don't really know what may cause that. But it does appear that way. Some of the preliminary data indicates that those fish may feed better than the stock trout too, which is really probably not a huge surprise.
So I guess that leads me to the next question, which would be, is there any thought about actually creating a breeding program that focuses on that outcome. So in other
Well-
words, you know what I mean?
Well, we just stopped the breeding program. So they're gonna do, the lake trout are gonna do that on their own, we hope. And within, it's hard to say because lake trout are long-lived fish, right? 20+ years. So there
Yeah.
will be stocked fish in the lake for some time. But over the next 10 years, we hope to see that naturally produced population replace the stocked fish and will be, eventually that will be what the population in the lake is.
Yeah. So I guess I'm wondering is, in places where they're still restocking, maybe in the Great Lakes or I don't know where, would that be a consideration in terms of how they're breeding lake trout for reintroduction?
Yeah, it may be. We know that Lake Superior has recently seen the same result that we're seeing here, where they're naturally reproduced and recruited lake trout have sort of taken off, but their stocking has been ramped back. So it's potentially an option for, say Michigan or some of the other Great Lakes states to use more fish from Lake Superior. It's unclear why, maybe why they're maybe less impacted by sea lamprey. It may not be because of their genetics. It may be because they get a earlier start on growth, or maybe they get a later start on growth, and the hatchery fish are larger at yearling size and are more attractive to sea lamprey. There's potentially a lot of things at play there.
Okay, great. And just a point of clarification. So landlocked salmon is the same as Atlantic salmon?
Yes, they are landlocked Atlantic salmon.
Okay. So they are actually the same species.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Brian?
And just a point of, I guess, further clarification. The native landlocked Atlantic salmon and lake trout that were in Lake Champlain many, many moons ago were all extirpated before 1900. And we don't know. I mean, there's likely habitat destruction, maybe some overfishing was the culprit, but those populations were all completely eradicated, extirpated.
So in the reintroduction, was the genetics of those reintroduced fish a fairly narrow gene pool, or was it, what was the history of that?
Originally I think it was fairly wide. New York had fish stocks that originated in many different places. More recently, studies were done within Lake Champlain to identify a strain that was seemingly worked the best. Currently, all of the salmon that are stocked by the Fish and Wildlife Service, Vermont Department of Fish and Wildlife, or New York are all Sebago strain, which are from Maine, Sebago Lake, which also had a native population of landlocked salmon, which remained. So those fish were never extirpated, and that's the strain of salmon that is being used on Lake Champlain currently. The lake trout strain that's predominantly in the population now originated in Seneca Lake in New York.
Okay. And both of those lakes, Sebago and Seneca, did they have lampreys?
No.
No. Oh. Interesting.
I either read or was told at one point that the lake trout in the Finger Lakes were supposed to be the most resistant.
That's Seneca Lake. Now, I should say, my no was, there is some genetic evidence, or there's some genetic work that was done that seems to support the potential that sea lamprey were native to Lake Ontario and the Finger Lakes, and potentially Lake Champlain. The historical record doesn't seem to support that theory, so it's sort of unknown for certain whether there were sea lamprey in Seneca Lake or not. They're not known to be in Sebago Lake.
Okay. Well, that's a little confusing. I thought that sea lamprey were native to Vermont. Rich, what do you know about that?
Well, yeah, the genetic evidence from 3 independent studies show that they probably are, but the lack of mention historically of large lamprey like that being, hitting on lake trout, it's not there till after the Champlain Canal was completed in, I think, 1823. So yeah, there's those 2 lines of evidence that lead us to a big question mark. Personally, I think they probably are. They had every ability to make the lake post-glacially. So, but in terms of permitting the lampricide permit from the Aquatic Use and Control and the Endangered Species permit, it doesn't really have any clout, whether it's native or not, especially with the ANC permit. It's a nuisance. It's a nuisance. Generally, most nuisances are non-native, but not necessarily all of them.
Brian, want to go?
Yeah, just a curiosity, kind of a tangential question. I'm kind of wondering that if over the years or in the future there has been any change to the lampricides themselves, to the proximate chemicals here, TFM and Bayer 73 or whatever it is. Could those be getting better, or have they gotten better when it comes to non-target species?
That's a good question.
To my knowledge, the chemical has remained, completely the same.
For a long time then, for like 50 years or so.
Yes. The product, the actual, the lampricide, they have gone through different manufacturing processes over the years. There's only 2 companies in the world that make it for the Great Lakes Fishery Commission and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. One of the companies that we purchase, where we get our lampricide from, underwent testing in it was the early 2000s probably, for just to confirm there weren't any impurities or there wasn't any other sort of chemicals involved. So I think the process has made maybe a better product from that standpoint, but as far as effectiveness on sea lamprey, I don't think there's been any changes, in that sense. And honestly, the Great Lakes program right now is, concerned that, at some point potentially TFM won't work as well as it has, and so they've already begun investigating, other methods, other potential chemicals, other control options. I mean, they spend millions annually trying to come up with new and better ways to control sea lamprey.
And with that, right, reducing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that's even though we're the agency here apply lampricide, that's really not the outcome that we would like to use to control sea lamprey, but our charge is to control lamprey. And right now, TFM is the most effective way to do that.
Thanks.
Matt?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for coming in and speaking to the committee. As one of the, I guess, relatively newer members of the group, I certainly appreciate having additional context for this, complicated set of considerations that we have to go through with lots of technical detail and everything. So thank you. I was just curious, I guess, trying to step back from all the particulars, if you can sort of look in your crystal ball and see, like, long term where the program is headed. Like, is there any I guess prospect of sort of ultimate success to a point where lampricide treatments are no longer needed to support particular fisheries? Or does everything point towards this just really being a perpetual need, if we call it a need, agree that it's a need within our systems, given that we have a cultural goal of maintaining certain fish populations? I'm just curious about, given sort of what you were just saying, that our goal isn't to be applying lampricide. Our goal is really to be supporting these other fish populations. Do you have any hope of sort of success given all of the data that we have?
So I would say it's slightly, I guess there is hope, right? So as I mentioned, the Great Lakes have been at this for even longer than we have. Yeah. And there is continually discussion about other methods, right? Lori mentioned earlier, sea lampreys use cues from larvae, pheromone cues, and from other adults during their migration and mating. There's been decades of work trying to isolate those pheromones, and once isolated and tested, then trying to come up with ways to utilize them to trap adults better. Mm-hmm. So that we can, adult removal could be as effective potentially as lampricide. More recently, not only the migration and the mating pheromones, but there are now pheromones. They've identified pheromones that are like antagonistic to migration. So there are cues that, if dead lamprey are here, we want to go somewhere else. So they're working on a whole host of options that are potential. But I guess the realist in me a little bit says, though they've been in development for a long time, I think that there are options. But there is the possibility that we're faced with, I don't say into perpetuity, but a long-term effort at suppression through lampricide. And again, another avenue is investigating other potential control agents along the way.
Yeah, thanks for that perspective.
Are there control lakes? Are there any lakes out there that have the salmon, the lake trout, and the mud puppy? That was a slip up. The salmon, the lake trout, and the sea lamprey that are not being treated, that you can look at and see what happens. It's just, that just isn't happening. Yeah, okay.
No. Yeah, every population currently, I would say the Cayuga Lake. So Seneca is there's control, sea lamprey control occurs on Seneca Lake. Cayuga Lake has a barrier, has very limited spawning opportunity because of the barrier, but sometimes there's escapement. So there is not regular lamprey control on Cayuga Lake, but if an escapement event occurs, they will do a TFM treatment, but it may be every 8 years or 10 years, or there may have been points in time I'm not familiar enough to know like what the largest gap between applications were, but there still have been lampricide applications.
And in the Quebec rivers, it's only barriers?
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. Okay.
Correct. And there's only one where we know there are sea lamprey in the Champlain Basin.
Yeah.
And there are no tributaries to the Great Lakes that are in Quebec.
Yeah. How's that barrier working for that river?
We think that it's reducing larval populations in warping streams. So the barrier is on a tributary to the main stem.
Yeah.
We are surveying annually. So within the next year or two, we hope to put something together to a more like, this is the effectiveness of the barrier as we're able to operate it with respect to larval population and production. We think that there seems to be a decline, but they're still there. It's a removable barrier, so it's a challenge inserting and putting the barrier in before any migration happens.
Yeah,
because they can start moving February.
And that's only an option because it's a fairly small stream, right?
Correct.
It's not. Yeah.
No, it's smaller than the La Platte River, probably.
Okay.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, so I just, can you hear me? Yeah. I was curious about what might be going on in Europe, and I just did an AI search on that, and it said that, yes, sea lampreys do attack Atlantic salmon in Europe, but the impact is different from the situation in the Great Lakes. Both species are native to the Atlantic and as a result have co-evolved to be in a parasitic relationship rather than a predatory one. While sea lamprey attacks can still occur, they are generally not as lethal to host fish in the Atlantic compared to the Great Lakes. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? It says something about genetics and coevolution, and maybe that we've really messed things up around here.
What sort of AI were you using, Paul? Was it hallucinogen free?
Yeah,
sea lamprey have evolved as a parasite, not a predator. They became predators in Lake Ontario because of commercial fishing. Initially in Lake Ontario, lake trout grew to 50 pounds or more, and you get a couple of sea lamprey on you, and you're a 50-pound fish. It's just more of a bother than anything else. So there was more survival. Sea lamprey prefer to be parasites, so they actually go for larger fish, from what I understand. But as the fishery reduced the size of the fish, the sea lamprey were forced to go on younger, smaller fish, and the mortality rates came up. So that's just a little bit of color there. Background.
So a couple of quick questions. One was regarding the wounding rate graph, and I think I've gotten at some of that already, but curious about sort of the long-term plan. Like you were showing that you've already met a target for lake trout, but not for salmon. Like what's the eventual goal if you do meet those wounding rate targets?
Maintain.
maintain, which would mean continue to treat at a regular schedule or reduce treatment to every other
So,
year?
The thing that I guess I can say about reducing treatment, and there was a inadvertent experiment, right, on Lake Ontario. So on Lake Ontario, the sea lamprey control is conducted by a crew from DFO Canada. So when they divided the work amongst the Great Lakes, there are more tributaries in the US. So Canada was responsible for conducting control all around Lake Ontario. So when COVID hit in 2020, the border closed. No sea lamprey control occurred in New York waters of Lake Ontario for 2 years. And the wounding rate increased and adult abundance estimates increased within 2 years dramatically. So the response is without treatment is fairly rapid, which, you know, is part of the reason why ideally, they won't recolonize certain streams. You know, like we've seen that with the Lamoille River a few times where we have had a treatment and then the spawning population doesn't come back to the Lamoille River, in which case there's no larvae there when we would want to treat it a second time. So we don't do a treatment in that instance. But it's responding to where the lamprey are. It's not saying, we know they're there and we're going to skip it this time, because we know that if you skip it when there are lamprey there, the response will be pretty immediate and dramatic.
I guess, well, thanks very much, Steve and Lori. I really appreciate you coming in and talking about this. I think that, you know, and I'd maybe love to hear just maybe a couple words from Rich and Kent. You know, I think for us, a lot of the crux of what we, you know, constantly are dealing with are populations of non-target species for which we really don't have very good estimates of abundance, don't have great methods for sampling a lot of these species, and, you know, sort of, you know, I mean, as you know, I mean, it just sort of feels like we've got this great program for decreasing lamprey populations, decreasing wounding rates of sport fish, and we have this whole suite of non-target species that are sort of just out there, and we just don't really know what's going on. And I think for us, it's just, you know, every time we look at a permit, it's always just hard to say, you know, yes, you're using best practices, and yet again, we really don't know what the impacts are on these poorly sampled populations. So, I mean, I think, you know, just overall, that's kind of the gist of what we deal with for every permit application. And I don't know, Steve or Kent and Rich, if you want to weigh in on, you know, the darter populations or the mussel populations, and how your SAGs kind of, you know, address this, I guess, maybe at each permit application.
Okay, I'll go first. Yeah, the species we're looking at that are listed: lake sturgeon, channel darter, eastern sand darter, stonecat, and northern brook lamprey and American brook lamprey. They are all listed species. They're all rare or have limited distributions, and they're all fairly sensitive to lampricide, especially the channel darter. Problems in the past have been reliable toxicity tests. There were so few darters here and so few channel darters in Vermont that Fish and Wildlife Department had to go to out west to collect them, and they were, by the time they got here, they were stressed, and so the results were kind of, it's maybe a little too hard to evaluate this. But yeah, from the fish standpoint, we're looking at the V.S.A mostly is concerned with monitoring. We have asked as a permit condition to continue the monitor the channel darter and eastern sand darter along with stonecaps. The Fish and Wildlife Department had for 3 years between 2017 and 2019 sampled for these three species where they exist, and it was a very well put together program, and it gave us a lot of information. Unfortunately, it was terminated, and we'd like to see that brought back again. So that's where our main concern is. The program itself did give us some new records of eastern sand darter and Otter Creek, which was great. It also indicated that eastern sand darters are doing fairly well. But in order to feel better about this, we'd like to have this program revisited and maybe on a lesser frequency in terms of the extent. But still, it would give us more confidence in our recommendations each time an application came up if we had some credible relative abundance data on these species.
Thanks for that, Rich. Ken?
I mean, so I'm with the invert SAG group, and we always struggle with this because we don't necessarily have an expert on our group in this realm. And we struggle mostly with endangered mussels, which is maybe the biggest endangered group in Vermont there's a lot of endangered mussels in Vermont, and most of that can be from other reasons, not necessarily this, but it could affect them. And because their life history is so challenging for us, they live long, they have host fish, they're very hard to deal with. And there's really not any monitoring for them, especially for different groups, like the very small juveniles, for example, which are really hard to monitor. So we often don't have anything to go on. So we try to monitor the science as much as we can as a group and sort of add it to a little, I call it a white paper, but our own little notes that we tend to pass on to you as the committee of what we're finding that's in the science world out there for monitoring in mussels. But really for us, we're just handcuffed because we never know what it actually does to some of the really young age groups of mussels. And so, we kind of just throw our hands up now every time it comes to us, to be honest with you, for mostly lack of being able to understand what's going on with the young mussels and the larval mussels. So, yeah.
I'll just mention quickly, there is continual work happening at the Upper Midwest Environmental Science Center, where a lot of the toxicity work with lampricide happens on mussels, Bochidia, juveniles, up through. So that work continues. If there's holes or voids, those may be filled in as we keep moving on here.
That's great. And we try to monitor that a little bit, but if you ever see something and you want to pass it on to us, I mean, we'd love getting more and more information just so we stay up with what's going on with the latest scientific findings. So we'd love to hear about anything new that comes out.
Do they study mud puppies in those studies? Do they look at mud puppy population estimates?
No, that laboratory is mostly strictly toxicity testing related, not so much population.
Not the population. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So is there a permit coming in this coming January?
No,
Yeah, I didn't think so. So, okay.
no. We looked quickly yesterday. I believe the first application or the next potential application wouldn't be until 2028.
Permit application, not
Permit application.
right.
Yeah. Well,
Yep. Yeah.
so permit application in, late 27 or early 28.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
And
Well, I don't know. I guess
round of
I, for
treatments.
one, do like the timeline. I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it also, I guess for better or for worse, it helps put me on track as well. Just because I think sometimes I am the whatever, the gum in the mechanism, just because other stuff is going on. So this helps me to kind of think about how to keep things moving as well. Any other thoughts or questions or comments you want to share with Lori and Steve?
Well, just to get it in the minutes, there's concerns as well about mud puppy mortality, and it would be great to know, what the impact is on actual population size and persistence. But mainly we have to look to the few studies that have been done either in other places, Great Lakes, one over in New York State that I heard about. And that was a Lake Champlain one where they're looking at mortality of different age classes. I think that was Al Bryce time period.
Right.
Yeah, but boy, it would be great to have that kind of data to actually know what the impact was on mud puppy populations. I mean, what we get is mortality data, but it's harder to figure from the mortality data what the actual population data are that are out there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the UVM study was a good start, I think.
Yeah. And there's new stuff coming from this guy, graduate student out west, Ohio River, out in that area. And he's done a few studies, gotten a few studies out, population viability analysis and that kind of stuff. You aware of that guy?
No.
Maybe I just give you a name.
Sure.
Oh, heck, I can give you the abstracts. You want the abstracts?
Yeah, and I guess I'll say too, one of the things that I think where Jim was going early on in terms of, looking at frequency of application relative to lamprey life cycle is not a great treatment cycle with respect to mud puppy life cycle. So, thinking more of a 6-year treatment cycle in order for mud puppies to mature and perhaps have less issues with toxicity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's suggesting one of those studies, he's population viability. And he's suggesting a 6-year rotation would be long enough so there shouldn't be impacts on a given mud puppy population. Which I understand, realize is tricky based on the life cycle of the.
Right. Well, like I said, if, one of the things that may happen, if we maintain some level of suppression is we may see those recurrence events happen more frequently. So if there are fewer adults to begin with, recolonization may happen less often in less optimal places. There's really not a lot of spawning habitat in the Missisquoi River.
Mm-hmm.
So potentially those things happen more frequently. And so the treatments wouldn't be required on a more, more frequent basis. So, especially those places where we know that have a high mud puppy population, we think that we have their high numbers. So, we could hope that happens. And like I said, maybe potentially those are benefits that come out of holding some level of suppression. We think we're getting close to here. And I'll definitely look at this.
Yeah, I certainly supportive of thoughts around additional study of non-target effects. I wonder, Rich's comment earlier about sort of historical patterns where we had larger fish, particularly in the Great Lakes, but presumably also in Lake Champlain, that lamprey preferentially fed on those largest fish, but it wasn't much of a problem for them. Has there been any, I don't know, consideration of our own fishing rules and regs, perhaps using things like slot limits or other tools to encourage development of larger size classes of fish in the lake that, maybe the larger issue isn't the abundance of lamprey, but it's the size distribution of fish in the lakes that modulates lamprey behavior, and a different approach altogether could lead to sort of a successful coexistence. I mean, totally out of my area of expertise, of course, here, but
I think the counter, I guess I would just say to that is Lake Superior has huge lake trout and a huge lamprey problem. So just having bigger fish isn't necessarily going to solve the issue. It may be what Rich said is, definitely part of why they may not have been an issue. I think that's why they're still a parasite in the Atlantic Ocean, right? If they're on a 40-pound cod or whatever their host may be, it's not an issue per se. But when they get into an environment that they seem to be outsized for, it changes that. And even in a place like Lake Superior, where large fish are abundant, there's still a problem.
Okay.
And I think, anecdotally, not really a fishery manager, but I think they would be all for trying to do whatever they can to have more bigger fish.
I would think so, although people don't always like to let their big fish go.
It's true.
Myself included.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Steve and Lori. Really appreciate you coming in. I think this has been, I don't know, maybe, just helpful to kind of get everyone on the same page, some background information, and just hear more about the work you do. So really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Happy to be here. Nice to meet you all. Those that I haven't met yet.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. That was great.
Yeah, thank you.
Very helpful.
Great. And I guess as far as next steps, right, it would be like a December, January submission.
December 2026, January 2027 submission. No, 2027 even.
2027, 2028.
2027, 2028. So that's why we suggested maybe not putting us on the April agenda in 2026, but maybe in 2027. So obviously there's some time there, but if folks are supportive of that recommendation, we'll just kind of have it on our calendar as something to revisit with the committee.
Yeah. Please write that down, Abigail.
Said 2027, not 2026.
Right. Unless there's any, unless the committee wants any updates of how our 2025 season's going, but we're only having one treatment and that's going to be in New York.
Yeah. So everything in 25 and 2026 will be in New York. We have scheduled, or we anticipate potentially having treatments in Vermont in 2027. But those permits are issued
Right.
already. So if there's updates or anything before those, there'll be I think there's a notice of intent to treat that we'll send to the secretary that I'm sure that will trickle down for those. But the next application for a permit would be for 2028.
You guys are gonna be really busy in 2027, five streams.
Yeah, 2026 is a busy year as well. New York, streams over northern New York. We think that the regional scheduling is logistically helps us hiring staff where we're based out of. Those considerations for a long time. Treatments were sort of all over the place.
So what kind of permits does New York require?
In New York, we have a wetlands permit from the Department of Environmental Conservation, a pesticides permit from Department of Environmental Conservation. And then in the park, the wetlands reverts to the park agency. So there's a park agency permit within the Adirondack.
Three.
And those are 10 to 12 year lifespans.
Gotten when the next Lewis Creek treatment was lined up.
That would be 2027.
27, 2 years. Okay. How often do you do the surveying for the young sea lamprey? Is that annually or just?
So the assessment happens a year prior to our anticipated treatment. So we will survey in 2026 all of the streams that would be potential
for 2027.
For 27 will be surveyed. Takes a little time to go through the collections and work up that information for the permit application in December, January. So that survey would have just happened in the summer prior
year before
to where we would apply. And if, like I said, that also allows us to, if we don't find any sea lamprey or very, very low densities, then we could say we won't need a permit this time. And
I don't know if it's a condition of our permit right now, but we can certainly provide this committee an update after we get the information for.
Well, yeah, I mean, so
After the-
those surveys are included in the application if we were to.
But we have the existing permit, right? For
Oh, right.
2027. So I don't know if it's conditioned to provide an update.
Well, I think that was what I think the condition with the intent to do a second treatment. So we could provide that.
Yeah.
Survey information at that time. Yes, for sure.
All right. Well, thanks so much. Really
Yeah, thank
appreciate
you.
coming in. John, if you were to go now, would that save you coming in after lunch? Were you going to join us for the rest of the meeting?
I was gonna take the rest of the afternoon off.
You too, huh?
Just like all of us, right? Yeah. Once you go ahead, John, and we'll get you and then you can make the call as to whether or not you want to be here or doing something else.
Okay. Thanks again.
Thanks.
Okay, so two sort of categories of or groups of permits I just want to give you an update about, and then a summary of where we're at with the wildlife action plan. In the permit realm, one is the two projects going on in Fairhaven that this committee and the reptile amphibian SAG and bird SAG have weighed in on heavily. The Fairhaven solar, and then the somewhat adjacent
Green Mountain Power's substation in Fairhaven. So the committee the committee and the SAGs worked a lot on their comments, and at the same time as the endangered species permit was sort of or the application was in review, these projects were going through their Section 248 review. And Section 248 is a state statute that governs the siting and operation, I guess, of energy development. So the substation and the solar power, and it also affects wind power. Section 248 sort of took the lead in working with the developer and in big part Carla and her team as the applicant's environmental consultant.
Hey, John.
And yeah,
John, just a quick, Carla just put a question in the chat, and I guess and the question was whether or not we need to go into executive session to discuss these. I don't know the answer to that. I guess my question was, it's too late now, but could we do it without, with sort of a not mentioning the species that were in the permit?
Good point. Okay. Yeah, so strike that other snake from my speech. I wasn't going to mention it again. Thank you, Carla, for being on top of that. Okay. So those two projects need both Section 248 review and as well as endangered species review. Section 248 has some broader authority, allows the state it incorporates rare species, not just threatened and endangered species. And there's a more standardized process for going through that, through Section 248. So that sort of took the lead in after the SAG and the ESC submitted their guidance in developing MOUs with the applicant for how the project might go forward. And so those just came out, and I'll say, I think I think broadly they cover all the concerns that the HERP-SAG or the ESC submitted regarding snake, and as well, and then what we got as far as meadowlark was a single recommendation from the ESC was to pay the mitigation fee upfront rather than over a series of years. And I think in large part, both the reason maybe it came down to just that, and that it was relatively easy to address the HERP-SAG's concerns, was the fact that Carla went to both the SAGs and helped work things out in advance. It was just rather than trying to negotiate later and talking past each other. So thank you, Carla, for that, and thanks to the scientific advisory groups for working on that. So I think Luke Groff, our herpetologist, is pretty happy with is happy with the guidance regarding snakes, and we will plug all that relevant information into the draft permit. And the bird side, what we got, well, at least on the Section 248 side, we really can't require the applicant to pay the mitigation fee all up front, because we have grassland bird guidance, a guidance document that allows for, paying over a series of years. So, but it doesn't mean they won't or they can't, but we can't necessarily require that. But aside from that, we cover all the concerns that Endangered Species Committee and SAGs have addressed, or they can be covered fairly comprehensively. And so the next steps for those plans is I just need to get them drafted and get some internal review, and then we'll post those along with the applications for the 30-day public review period. And so then, depending on the degree of comments, we may need to adjust accordingly, but I don't, I don't know that there'll be a lot, but we'll have to see. But so that's where those are at. Any questions about the Fairhaven projects?
Just, I guess procedurally, so it needed, it needed to go through the 248 process before the public comment period for the ESC takings permit, just sort of general procedure.
I don't know that it needed to, but it helps a lot because this 248 process, we use our agency's central office legal staff that can have a dedicated person working on this, whereas it's different if we go, and so it's easier to get clearer guidance out of that than myself, say, working with Carla and our staff attorney and other staff on that. So that's traditionally how we've done it. It's not that there's a rule saying, this first and that second. And sometimes we prefer it the other way around and we do it the other way around.
Okay, thanks.
It depends on the situation. Carla, did I miss anything obvious that I should have mentioned here?
No, I think that covers it really well. I would just mention that in many projects, and this project or these projects included going through the Section 248 process, just sort of one step ahead of the takings permit process. Seems to work pretty well. And in this case, the applicant went through a couple rounds of discovery and the process of developing a memorandum of understanding with the agency. And so sort of having, and that process necessitating input from sort of all corners of the Agency of Natural Resources. So sort of now that that's played out, we're able to revisit the takings applications, incorporate the minor changes that were made during that discovery and MOU process so that the takings permit can be, solid and current and not need amendments.
So that's where we're at with that, and I just need a few moments of free time to get the permits drafted amongst the other few things on our list. But I don't expect there to be any significant issues with that. But certainly, if something comes up that warrants your guys' consideration, I can move back to you. So
thanks, John. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so the second set of permits I wanted to mention is there are 3 wind facilities who are up for renewal of their endangered species permits. We have to issue these every 5 years, or we can't issue them for more than 5 years according to state law, even though the projects are running for decades. And traditionally, or a long while back, the Endangered Species Committee said for projects that are renewals with no substantive change in methods or practices or changes to the species being affected, you don't want to review the applications again or the draft permit again if there's no big changes. And that's not a rule. It's just because some of them, especially research projects, it's really they're ongoing projects, and it didn't seem like an effective use of your time. If you're interested in this because it's more of a development project, or we can certainly do that. I wanted to ask if you're interested. I'll say a couple things have come up, or we sort of continually update the permits to try and make them more effective and keep the permittees sort of on task better. In the last couple of years, mainly meaning Noel Dodge and Ellie, who has joined him in our that are sort of monitoring energy development projects. They've identified problems with curtailment, which is the period during which bats are active, that they're supposed to, essentially shut down the turbines. There were on 2 sites, they were having troubles getting that right over the course of the summer. We're working with them to resolve those problems, get better at better response and more consistent adherence to the requirements. And we'll add to the newest permits, a condition saying you need your own, rather than just relying on us to analyze your data, you need to do your own real-time monitoring and report to us quickly if there are problems with the timing of curtailment. And the other thing we found is like, oh, we don't keep our data after a year or two. Requiring them to some of these places, they don't want to be held responsible for things. Probably very little about us and more about whoever else might find out about their process and how much money they're making. But meanwhile, so we're going to require that they maintain the data for, say at least 5 years. I should say, during all this time, there have been just a handful of reports of dead birds and bats at these sites. Just recently, and for the first time in several years, a dead little brown bat was identified. This was at the Deerfield site, which is not up for permit renewal. But none of them have come close to hitting the thresholds, the limited thresholds, at which we need them to stop and we do some rethinking. And at the same time, rather than they're not paying as far as their permit fee, they're paying what we're calling sort of a mitigation fee instead, which is they fund our state's maternity bat colony program, which provides Alyssa Bennett the resources to go and work and help building owners and others protect and address places where bat maternity colonies are found, which has a much greater benefit to bat conservation than reducing the number of bats killed at a wind facility from 1 to 1/2, per se. But so that's where we're at with these permits, and so we're going to update the permit a little bit. Like I said, there are some issues with a couple sites and their curtailment. We resolved one, and it was just some anomalies in the way data was analyzed, and the other we're warning them that there's an alleged violation and they need to provide some information explaining what's going on. And we certainly wouldn't issue them a new permit until that's resolved. But meanwhile, with all that said, and does this group want to review the applications or the draft or the permits before we go to a public review?
I'm certainly no mammal expert, but I would just say, is there any new technology that has come into play since the last time this was reviewed that perhaps the mammal SAG would suggest being a condition of the permit, something that would deter bats from going near or birds or whatever?
Nothing that we're aware of. And more research has shown that curtailment, meaning limiting the turbine time, is the best way to reduce kill of birds and or bats and some birds. And then the only other thing coming on the horizon is that some facilities elsewhere are installing much bigger turbines, which move much faster. And if and when that comes to Vermont, we probably want to do some rethinking. But that's not on the slate for any of the three that are up for renewal now.
John, what's the timeline?
I mean, ideally, they're issued before by the end of the year.
Yeah, I guess, and I guess maybe does it go? I mean, so if let's say we say no, are you still showing it to the bird SAG or the mammal SAG, or is it sort of if V.S.A says we're good to have you take care of this, you're probably not going to invoke mammal and birds?
In general, we don't. Sometimes we do, like, send out a question to them, like, do you know of anything new that's happening? Or but in general, we don't. But this is a different sort of group of permits, so it doesn't. We don't necessarily have to treat them. We don't always treat them the same way as we do others. So that's why I didn't want to step forward one way or the other without checking with you.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm assuming Alyssa has been in the loop here with these. Yeah.
Alyssa's been in the loop. Noel Dodge, who has really been working, both for Vermont, but it's also working with colleagues in other states on just what's happening with wind power and solar as well, and wildlife conservation.
Mm-hmm. I saw Allie just walked out, so she doesn't have to make a decision.
I just had to close the door. It's too loud out there.
Looks like a nice place to go for a hike.
Any thoughts, committee members?
My brain is sort of on both sides. Like, I don't see the need to repick over a renewal of a permit that is, more or less a copy paste exercise. But then also thinking about on a 5-year permit renewal cycle that, then it could have been 10 or 15 years since there was SAG or ESC review and input on a permit. And that seems like a long time.
Yeah, I would echo that too, what Carla said. That said, it doesn't seem like there's any sort of red flags that are coming to light with this. So I'm not sure I feel the need for more review at this point.
Yeah, I guess I would agree with both of those comments as well.
Go ahead, Brian.
Well, unfortunately, I had technical difficulties and I lost some of what
Just say,
Tom was saying. But in terms of sending this to the SAGs now, you're just getting extra input from the SAGs.
We in general, for renewals of permits where there's no substantive change, we don't go to the SAGs and don't go to the ESC. Right. I mean, unless, of course, there's some obvious question that comes up.
Right. It just seems like it might I don't know whether, Pat, you might want to run it by the SAG chairs and see if there's anything urgent otherwise. it seems,
Mhm.
seems okay.
Okay. That we can do. Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's maybe the best approach, and partly I think also just because it's it's a bit of an awkward timing. I mean, this would essentially require a remote vote. I guess we're not meeting again until January, so I think it would be hard for us probably to have a robust discussion anyway. So I think getting it to Jed and to Mark would be great, and they can ping their teams.
Okay. That we can do. Okay, should I jump to the action plan?
Sure.
You guys got energy for this right now?
So much energy.
That's what we need to hear. Okay, so I'll try and make this quick.
I unfortunately have to leave. So sorry, John. There's no, as I understood, there's no voting that came in this part of the agenda, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I do have some questions about it, but I got to run, but I'll check in with you separately, John.
Please do.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Sorry, I got to bug out.
See you,
I
Brian.
have to leave as well. I'm sorry. I have a
Bye,
conflicting
Stephanie.
meeting.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, so wildlife action plan. Our original target date for submitting it was the end of September, as in this month. We're not going to meet that deadline. We're one of many states that are not going to meet that deadline. As best I can tell, we're somewhere in the middle. We submitted a plan to submit it by April of next year. Some states have asked for more than a year or more extension just because of various issues. Ours has been sort of technical and then just trying to pull a bunch of different pieces together. But here's so currently where we're at is teams are still finishing up some of the elements of the individual species of greatest conservation need write-ups. They're mostly done. Trying to get them into our database has been a bit of a headache, or getting our database to work has been our main slowdown. And now we're pulling together the other sort of chapters that wrap around those species of greatest conservation need, and hope to do that in the next few weeks, with a goal of in October having a draft document ready for sort of internal review within the department, before going out for partner review, hopefully in late November. Could be if things go well, and during that time also having some meetings with partner organizations, at least some of them, to get some basic feedback on what they need in a plan, and how we could best help them adopt or implement the action plan. With then a public review in most likely January. We're supposed to have at least a 30-day review by the public, with opportunity for comment. Then sort of digest those comments, adjust as needed, and submit the plan in February, let's say, if things go well. And sort of that's where we're at with that. Much of the plan has not changed in the big picture of how we're moving forward with conservation. A few species have gone up, gone down, moved on the list, moved off the list. Maybe do you want to bring up the animals, or we bring them up, those mammals here?
Oh, well, we have to.
Species, or change the subject?
Well, no, I mean, we're gonna figure out how to deal with some unknowns with a couple of species in the mammals group, like cottontail might change, and I think bobcat and a couple others. And but we need to talk with Jed about that still.
Yeah.
So because I think they've developed like a couple different categories and are working through their process. So what I'm hoping to do is just make the process as equitable as possible across taxonomic groups. But when it gets to plants and invertebrates, you have really different situations. So I find that with selecting SGCN, you can't have the same rules applying across all taxa. So, but trying to find common ground where I can across taxonomic groups and see if that works for, I mean, the SGCN, I think largely have already been selected for all the groups. So it's just kind of backwards, applying rules backwards to that process if possible. Might be too late though, but.
So that's the big timeline for all of you that have helped at one level or another with parts of the plan. Thank you very much. It's really been, we could not have gotten this far without you, and I'm sorry we're not a little further along.
I do want to take this opportunity though. I mean, in terms of how and to what extent you all would want to have input. I mean, I don't expect this group is going to have a lot of feedback on the SGCN list itself, because you are all the ones who you're all involved in developing those lists and presumably approve of them. But in terms of other aspects of the plan and what's in it and how we're organizing it, what the focus is, you know, there are opportunities when we meet with partners and such, especially, you know, partners we work with regularly, like all of you, we'll want to go through that and just want to gauge your interest in, you know, and your feedback on what should be included, what, you know, there will be repeat from the other plans to some degree, because you don't need to reinvent the whole thing every time. But we'd love to get your feedback, but we might be doing that through other means. You know, we'd like to meet with a bunch of people at UVM, right? We're going to meet with, you know, VCE and, you know, other opportunities like that. So, but we didn't know if there were opportunities with this group or with the SAGs that we wouldn't want to miss. Like, do we want to bring it to each SAG and talk about the plan and the layout of the plan? Do we want to just say, well, we're going to be meeting with you in some other way, so it may not be necessary to do it that way? Or would that be the best way to meet, you know, within those groups? And are there opportunities between, you know, now and January? Not all groups are necessarily meeting. So I put that out there. What would work best? You know, what means of engagement?
I guess one thing that I'm wondering about, yeah. So, you know, I don't know, I'm not really sure where the conversation is going to go this afternoon, but, you know, something that we've kind of floated at a couple meetings is, you know, whether or not there are opportunities to think about, you know, whether it's targets for acreage or targets for species population sizes or multi-species recovery plans. But, you know, thinking about, I mean, I just sort of threw something out for the discussion this afternoon to sort of say, might this be a path forward? And so, you know, I think anything in the Wildlife Action Plan that helps us to think, you know, maybe more holistically as opposed to just about our own taxa, I think would be great. And then, you know, the other thing is thinking about threats also, I think, for multi-species. You know, I mean, we obviously 10 years ago were talking about climate change, but not maybe, you know, not to the extent that it's going to show up in this version. Fragmentation might be another one, parcelization. So, you know, also just kind of thinking about, this group might be a really good one to think about cross-taxa threats and conservation actions, and to sort of say, where does it show up in the plan that might help us move our work forward, perhaps in a little more proactive way.
Yeah, that aligns with our thinking as well. And we're actually trying to create the plan in a way that provides for 3 scales. So landscape, habitat, species. The hard part is trying to connect the 3 in a way that you can navigate in a plan. And I'm not sure if we'll get there with that. Maybe that could be something this group could come up with some brilliant ideas for how to do without it being overly complex. But that's exactly the thinking. It's not that it'll necessarily be prescriptive and say, well, for this particular community, you should develop a recovery plan, or for this particular, but the idea is to identify what are those larger landscape actions that really could apply to a lot of things, and what are those habitat-based actions that could apply to anything occurring in that habitat. So that's sort of how we're getting at that, but it's not as prescriptive as saying develop a recovery plan for this habitat. It could be, I guess, And then somehow, I mean, what I'd really like to do is then connect that to the SGCN. So in the past plans, we have a list of SGCN under each habitat description. So I guess that connection's made. It'd be great to make it a stronger connection somehow through the actions.
I'll say what we've tried to work, one question, sort of the landscape team sort of really tried to work with the taxa teams on, or at least their leaders, is can we say that if we implement Vermont conservation design fully, or a landscape level conservation, how well will that meet the needs of X species, several of your species? And being good species focused biologists, they were really uncomfortable saying, yeah, that'll be enough. They're always thinking about one of the other threats that might be affecting them. So it was hard to get to that point where we say, if you conserve X habitat or X landscape, it will meet all the needs of things. So it doesn't mean we don't go forward with this, with this area of multi-species conservation plan, but they're just caveated with, and don't forget, this disease or that other problem, or invasive plants or something like that.
Good point.
I think the committee needs food.
No, this is the wildlife action plan effect, actually. we all feel it every time.
Virtual muffins just don't quite cut it.
Yeah.
I thought it was just my present. Well, thanks, Ryan.
You're certainly welcome, in terms of the SAGs, was certainly welcome to attend, and we do have an upcoming meeting this fall, and then the spring meeting would be after what you're talking about. But
yeah,
certainly happy to have you there and provide any input that you might be looking for.
Great.
I'm just kind of struggling personally on what input that would be that you haven't already gotten from us indirectly, through Luke. But happy to have you come by. Happy to meet with you.
Yeah, it might be less herp focused as much as just plan.
Just looking at the wider plan,
Yeah.
is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And we're happy to do that. We could do that. You know better what you're struggling with than I do.
Oh, we want to spread the pain.
And if we could help you, then we certainly are willing to try. We'll give you whatever input we're capable of giving you.
I would second Jim's notion there. The bird SAG would be open to that. And, our meeting is going to happen in 3 weeks though. So not sure, that's a pretty quick turnaround.
Yeah.
We're around the same time, so good.
Yeah, likewise, certainly.
That one. Yeah.
Likewise, Flora SAG would be glad to meet with you. And I mean, our group has had, lots of input on the SGCN list, but again, that broader sort of focus on the overarching plan, we haven't really had those discussions so much. So
great.
And the fungal SAG has we have monthly leadership meetings, but then the larger SAG meeting is quarterly. So we have a December meeting coming up. Want to talk about the whole group, but the way that we're approaching fungi, because it's such a broad taxa, is based off conservation design.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to parallel really well.
Okay. Is there a sort of schedule of SAG meetings? I never really know, and I'm involved with the bird SAG, but other than that, I kind of don't know when they're meeting, and that would be really helpful, at least for the next 6 months, just so that we can schedule that in.
We try to keep you in the dark.
If SAG chairs want to just put those dates next meetings in the chat, that'd be great.
Yeah, Jim, when's the next website?
25.
25, okay.
Flora SAG hasn't actually scheduled our fall meeting yet. So
okay.
What was her?
We're September 25th. I was going to suggest that if that's too soon for you, maybe at our meeting, we could ask for a small group of volunteers who was willing to weigh in and attend some other meeting that you set up.
Another,
that maybe
that'd be great.
Even brings in some members of other committees.
That'd be great, especially if there's people interested in providing input who wouldn't be doing so through their organization anyway. If they're,
I was thinking the same thing that Kate was, that maybe you, rather than you trying to meet with all these different SAGs, you get 2 or 3 people from each, the chair,
and have a separate,
and have your own group.
Yeah.
Save you a lot of time, I would think.
Yeah, if everyone would be fine with that, that would be really helpful.
I think
it'd be like
for our
one meeting instead of 5 or 6 or 7.
I think you could do it. I think you could get people. That's just speaking for the Herb SAG.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what do you think, Mark and others?
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I do too. And would you just sort of make it open to members of any SAG members that want to attend without the goal of having all of them attend?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Great. And then I guess people can decide. I mean, I'll go talk to VCE staff, for example, about the action plan and get input that way. So someone like Kent can be like, well, he can choose which one to go to.
Oh, I'll go to
Roz,
all of them, Roz.
You'll go to all of them, right?
All of them.
I was just going to ask, would you be doing the same for Audubon, Vermont and other things? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
I know a lot of the bird SAG is already affiliated with, other organizations, but there are a couple that aren't. So
This is kind of separate, but is delaying the completion of the action plan, does that affect timing of funding or anything for you guys?
Not really. Yeah, it's a good question. We would continue under the previous action plan. and we could refer to that until the new action plan is approved.
Oh, okay.
Because a bigger issue, like last time, was states submitted their plans, but the Fish and Wildlife Service was so understaffed that it took, in some cases, a year before they got their plan reviewed. So they couldn't halt everything for that. So,
But there's a new initiative to prevent that from happening. What is it called? Rapid review or something?
yeah,
So-
between that and all the federal staff that have been laid off or
Yeah.
had to retire, they're coming up with a abbreviated review session. But either way, our previous action plan, which is fairly broad, and I don't think it's limited us from doing anything we wanted to do, will be in effect until the new one is approved.
Got it.
Can you hear me, John?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, my screen is locked up, but I can hear you all. You haven't heard if there are going to be any issues with the mention of climate change in the action plan and funding, have you?
No, this is our action plan, Vermont's action plan, and if we want to use those words, we can use those words. We got conflicting information at first, but that seems to be what stands now.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think this time around, we don't necessarily need an entire chapter explaining what climate change is to the public and making the case that climate change is real. And rather, I think we can cite, and rather than just say climate change is the threat to a species, a species or habitat, we could say, excessive rain, lack of water, whatever, wild swings, and break that down a bit, and we'll use those as the threats or the concerns. But still, climate change will be alive and findable in the action plan. We just don't need to call it out so much.
Yeah, it's actually helpful to drill it down into what about climate change? Yeah. Let's talk about the actual, precipitation, temperatures, et cetera. So
good question.
Okay. Well, I think we should break for lunch. Do you want to shoot for back here at 1 and wrap up in an hour after that?
Al, I've got to cut out at 1, but so I guess I would be cutting out at this point now. But there's
Saturday in October is, so I do need to reach out to Liz and see if she might happen to be around Addison County at noon on Saturday, October 4th, just by chance. And
let me know. I gave the A&R heads up, and I told them I suspected it might be her, but to hold off until I could confirm so they can make the plaque.
Okay. Yeah. So I will. I guess I'd ask the rest of the committee. I mean, we've kind of floated Liz's name for a while, and just wondering if folks are good with that, we can also have an official vote. But gosh, there was something else. Yeah, I guess I was going to say, if we want to go that direction, I will try to get the nomination together quickly if we want to do like another press release and try to get some publicity for the event.
Yeah, that would be great if you could write something up. I gave Bob Zano a heads up that if she's chosen, that he could take whatever the nomination narrative is and add to it or edit it to make it into, and I'll help make it into the press release and all that.
Okay, thank you.
And also the secretary uses the same document for her notes for her talk when she presents the award.
Yeah.
And this press release would be timed to come out in advance of Dead Creek Day?
Yes, but they never want to put it out too far in advance. So they usually put it out just a couple days before it rather than far in advance, which doesn't work great as far as getting attendees. I wouldn't rely on a press release for getting attendees. That's usually not how people end up going. if they do it earlier than that, the press will ignore it because it's not soon enough. So if you wanted to use the press as a means to get a turnout, you would have to put it in like, I don't know, paper calendars or, like 7 Days has a calendar of the, I wouldn't go with a press release to rely on turnout. It really has to be our networks, I think.
Okay,
That's really gonna be more effective.
so if you had something that you could forward to all of us and then we could get it out on our personal networks.
The Addie and D also have the deadline coming up in like a week for their event, fall events calendar. For 18th.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to get turnout in terms of people who knew her, who
No.
know the candidate,
Yeah.
that's gonna have to be our networks.
Yeah.
I don't know what we would send out to those folks. I mean, I feel like we could send out something just saying, this is the person getting the award. We hope you can be there,
Okay.
rather than send them their bio or something,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I already gave a heads up to the staff here, trying to encourage them to show up.
Thank you, Roz.
I don't know if it does any good, but
Yeah, I will reach out also to Walt Pullman, who's leading the FN program now, because I'm sure he's got an alumni network, and
that's great.
I'm guessing a lot of folks would love to see Liz honored.
Yeah, that's a great idea. There's certainly a alumni association email list that it could go out to for the FN program.
Yeah.
I also talked with Amy Alfieri about not having us next to the bird box building. Last year, it was really hard to have people speaking while people were hammering right next to us. So we're actually going to be like in another like I don't know the buildings well enough, but the building where both ends are open. So if it's raining, we have shelter, but it also feels like you're kind of outside. It'll be far from any activities. Far enough.
Great. Okay. Excellent. Well, the last topic that I really wanted to kind of chat about was thinking again, I think we've spent some time talking, it's really kind of two thoughts. One is there a way that we could work on recovery plans that don't turn into massive 50-page literature reviews that, go over every study that's been done on a particular species, but really kind of focus on, on current population threats, and, what we might be looking at for some goals with respect to recovery. And then the other side of that is to say, is there some way to think about recovery planning in such a way that we actually do these for multiple species? So we're not actually just going, one for a tiger beetle and one for a rusty blackbird and, one for a sedge, et cetera, but we're actually looking at ways that we can actually pull some of these together in a way that might actually benefit multiple species. And, I think for me, part of this has kind of come from the place where it just feels like we just end up being so reactionary on this committee. And I guess part of me is just sort of thinking about, ways that, could we get out in front of some of these or just think about work that we're really passionate about, as opposed to, really trying to read the fine details of takings permits and those sorts of things, but actually say, are there some ways that we could push our own agenda forward? So that was kind of that was sort of the my hope. And this was the things that I put in the agenda, which I don't seem to be able to open right now, but if I can, I'll share my screen. And it's, yeah, there we go. Okay. Text, duo authentication here.
Let's wait.
I don't know how many of you knew how much of a Luddite I perhaps was. I have a smartphone now. I think everyone should wait until their 64th birthday to get a smartphone.
Way to go, Alan.
Wow, you might be the longest holdout I've ever met.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Well, my sister's still got a flip phone.
Yeah. Since we're at the end of the meeting, I'll spare you the decision tree that I went through to finally give in. But anyway. So I don't know if am I sharing my screen now? Is that
Yes.
Are you seeing this
I
document?
think the 25th.
So this was, I think floodplain forest might actually be the first natural community that's listed in the Wildlife Action Plan, which is why I just went ahead and grabbed this one. But you can see the way, sort of the way it goes is floodplain forest groups together a number of natural communities, talks about the historical perspective, and then I guess I sort of skipped a page there, but then you can basically see as you look at this, species of greatest conservation needs, and talks about species that require large areas, but then goes through birds, goes through inverts, herps. Wow, why is this so weird in terms of the way it's going? Do we not have plants in here? Okay. I was thinking it was going to have listed plants. But anyway, problems and information needs, strategies. And I guess I just kind of looked at this and wondered, could this be a baseline for, perhaps all of the SAGs or SAGs in conjunction with the ESC to really think about some ways to, I don't know, create some conservation targets, whether that has to do with ecosystem functionality, whether that has to do with, conserved acreage. I'm not exactly sure. But, just sort of thinking, are there some opportunities here that might, give us a way to move forward in a little bit more of a concerted direction? Yeah, Allie.
Yeah, I had the same reaction as you were scrolling through, like talking about natural communities, plant-based natural communities. So where does the state, if the Fish and Wildlife does a wildlife action plan like this, like, is there an equivalent plan for plants that would be on the level of this for RTE plants?
Well, plants are rolled into the Wildlife Action Plan, but I would say they don't receive the same level of detailed treatment as many of the animals do. We have basically all of our rare plants are SGCNs.
Yeah, so the background of that is that the wildlife action plans
the first iteration didn't have plants at all. And then in 2015, I think Vermont was one of the few states that managed to get a list of plant SGCN included in 2015, but that was sort of the first step, and they didn't do much more than that. So I'm not sure what else the Flora group has been working on for this round, outside of, revising the list.
That's all we've done as a whole scientific advisory group is the list revision, which was sort of, it's basically based off of the S ranks. We're not doing a species by species review. Grace may have done other things. I know I've got something that I was supposed to give her feedback on, relating to the action plan, that I need to look at.
Yeah, and there's sort of a mismatch between where we're at as a state in terms of looking at plants and conserving plants, and the role of the SWAP and from the federal point of view, which is it is in order to receive federal funding, but there generally is not federal funding for plant conservation, so they don't end up having the same weight in the plan, or haven't so far. And I think we've been sort of working towards that direction.
I think any of the other SAGs also kind of went through a exercise with the conservation design of sort of mapping rare species onto natural community types or natural community type groupings, like floodplain forests as a whole. And we talked with Bob Zano about that at one point. This was years ago now, but we have not done that at least as a SAG. I don't know if Bob and Grace or others have done that sort of internally, but with hundreds of species to consider, it was it was just a more unwieldy task. So that might be why a list of plant species may not have been easy to just plug right into this sort of a thing for floodplain forests.
Although Matt, thinking about the exercise, and it was years ago that we were sort of working with Bob under the VCD realm with rare species in the state, but this topic that Alan brings up certainly tracks with sort of the take-home message from our work with Bob, which was sort of identifying and grouping the coarse filter species. So certainly grouping of natural communities into the sort of ecosystem function and value or location that this exercise does kind of aligns with that. So there's some parallel.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally supportive of the idea, for sure. Especially if we can sort of ride the coattails of any animal-based funding to conserve the plants as well.
Absolutely.
Well, it's settled. I have not really given a lot of thought in terms of, exactly what a product might look like, so to speak. So, but, really just thinking about some ways that, it seems like and was this all John who pulled this together from the last Wildlife Action Plan, or did he have a team involved? But regardless, it feels like there's just a really nice foundation there that we could build on. And it just seems like it's an opportunity to bring SAGs together to think proactively about how there are opportunities to sort of, really synergize conservation actions.
Well, incidentally, I was wondering if you somehow knew this in picking out this particular community as an example, Ellen, because Everett was just telling me a day or two ago, no, had to have been a day ago, that that Dan Farrell will be focusing on inventory of floodplain forest next year.
I actually think it might have been the first grouping in the wild. It might be on the first page,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I was also thinking about it just in terms of, flood resilience and just whether or not there might actually be some opportunities there in terms of, in terms of conservation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it sort of suggests in terms of like what some other sort of categories might be. It strikes me as, sort of major landform types. It sort of gets to the notion of different pieces of the stage. Floodplain forests are a discrete sort of landform that has this whole suite of species that are somewhat tightly associated with them. What are some other examples we could come up with? I don't know, cliff habitats. Obviously, there's the sandplain habitat piece. Maybe some different types of peatland settings, or although those tend to be maybe smaller pieces of the landscape, but what would be the other bins that we'd be looking at in this kind of exercise, I guess, is the question.
Yeah.
We're gonna offer, go ahead, Ellen.
Oh, go ahead.
We use some of those for Vermont conservation design, right? Like, so there's one layer called physical landscape diversity, I think, which sort of gets to what you're talking about, Matt. And there's one layer, it's a GIS layer, so spatial, that's incredibly fine, like it's way too detailed, but then there's ways that they were similar landform types are sort of grouped together in a coarser way. And we used that to look at some rare or uncommon types of, it's really based on geology. So that could be something to look at. And maybe there's something else in VCD thinking about different, locations of these natural, right? Like physiogeographic landscape settings, right? That might warrant different levels of concern, right? If you have something that's very rare in one area, but a lot more common in another area, or connectivity or something like that. So VCD could be a tool to be used alongside of this, and perhaps that's already being discussed.
So Alan, when you hold out the example of floodplain forests, I'm looking at this list of basically natural community categories, table 4.2 in one of the attachments that you shared. Were you envisioning something along those lines? So you would look at conservation priorities and presumably recovery priorities based on these types of natural community assemblages. So floodplain forest is a good example. You got hardwood swamps, softwood swamps, seeps and vernal pools. There's, the typical amalgamation of community types. Is that what you were considering?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and yeah, if, to some extent, and obviously I think of all conservation through the lens of birds, where, these natural communities are way too fine to think about how I might, define where I'm going to find a particular bird species. But floodplain forests as a general category certainly works, even though, it's encompassing a bunch of different, sort of subcategories. And, those who are, much more steeped in natural community work might have, or or even for plants, Matt and Carla, there might be some air, some of those natural communities that might really get the, sort of like the gold star, where there's like, just a bunch of endangered or threatened plant species in some of these. And that might, so, I think when you were talking about earlier, Roz, about tying scales together, I mean, it's just possible that the diversity of taxa that we're, trying to address here might just tie it together in that way with, maybe plants and inverts, at the fine scale, and, maybe birds and mammals at broader scales.
Alan, this might be an interesting exercise to just test drive the idea. So pick whether it's floodplain forest or something else, pick an ecological landscape condition that we think we have high confidence would represent the needs and interests of an assemblage of listed species and multiple taxa, and just see how those pieces fit together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think I think there's sort of a number of really, I mean, floodplain forests are, a great example, because you can, part of it you can just think about, I mean, a lot of them are linear, so you can think about, width, you can think about hydrology, whether that's, natural, affected by dams, proximity to agriculture. I mean, there's just a whole bunch of things that you could use to look at ecological condition, and obviously you can overlay conserved land on top of that as well.
Maybe a graduate student project.
Yeah, potentially. I guess what maybe I might do is, I don't know, if I can pull this together in the not too distant future, just kind of write up some sort of a little activity that maybe the SAGs could take on at their meetings, just to kind of something that enables a little bit further brainstorming, basically. So not something that we're saying, how would you use this to conserve endangered plants? But, if you were thinking about this, what are some of the issues you might like to, that you would need to address to really use this in a way that's going to push conservation of your taxa? I'm not quite sure what that would be, but, just something to kind of push it back out to the SAGs, to have them, like you say, sort of test drive it.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Mark, Kent, I hear silence from both of you. Rich?
Yeah, the aquatics kind of, I've been involved in the past in classifications, and the aquatics are just kind of off by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really fit in to the categories or the elements that you're looking at.
Yeah.
Although they're all tied together, but on a totally different level.
Mm-hmm.
The advantage is that all of our listed in SGN species pretty much, well, there's a few that aren't, but all our listed species are essentially below the fall line in the Champlain Valley. So they all basically are in one place. So it wouldn't be too hard to put together something like that for listed species. SGN species, round whitefish, is out of the Champlain Valley. They're so rare; it's hard to know what their proper habitat would be. But I think it would be pretty easy to put together. In terms of linking with the terrestrial, I have my doubts.
Yeah,
it'd be a challenge.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, right. Yeah, you'd really be thinking probably about some of the species that are maybe spawning in shallow water areas or something like that.
Yep, yep. And spend the rest of their lives out deep.
Right.
Yeah, the water goes downhill. And so to put together a restoration plan for species in the Winooski River, you got to start up in Cabot. You know, if you're going to, if you're going to improve water quality, sedimentation, stormwater runoff, it's a huge ballpark.
There it is, Roz. Rich is voting for fish to tie it all together.
Pretty much everything will be connected.
Yes, right.
Big watersheds.
Right.
Burbot as a mascot species, right? They go from our little
Burbot.
headwater streams up here all the way down to Lake Champlain.
There you go.
I'm not sure. Are they in SGCN?
What's that? Which species?
Burbot.
Burbot.
Oh, burbot. No. Geez, I can't remember. I didn't. It was wasn't one of my species. We have 39 of them, so it's almost half the species. I think it might be. Yeah. But yeah, they're up in the Northeast Kingdom in little streams, and they're at the bottom of Lake Champlain, kind of like slimy sculpins.
Hmm. Oh. Mark and Kent, have you been following along?
Yeah, I think the bird-sag would be interested in this. Sure. I mean, birds are interesting in that, I mean, we're talking breeding, but then of course they do all their other fun things as far as patch switching and moving around and stuff, but
Yeah, I'd say for inverts, Alan, it's like it depends on which inverts because we are dealing with all these aquatic things, mostly freshwater mussels. So what Rich said is spot on.
Yeah.
And then on your example here, like when you're like, I think at one point you said like I see everything through a bird lens, which I try not to these days because I work more on insects than birds. But with insects, it seems like it's actually the opposite. Like we start to bear down a little bit on like some of those subcategories that were that were mentioned earlier, because some of these rare species or species that are endangered, they rely on plants and stuff that are only in certain subcategories of these natural communities.
Right. Yeah.
So when you just say floodplains, I'm like, well, yeah, that's great, but it's like it's like certain kinds of floodplains.
Yeah.
But I think I mean, I've talked with you about this before.
Right.
I think we could do some of this that would be huge, and even if it just makes the SAGs work together a little bit more, it would be on something. It'd be great. Like instead of of everyone just sort of being in their own little SAG.
Yeah.
Well, and as you sort of prefaced some of this with having something so that we're not just always in a reactive mode dealing with a particular permit, but trying to do something proactive, getting out in front of this. And yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Well, I guess, Abigail, once you write down for the action item that Alan will work on trying to put together sort of a little thought activity for each of the SAGs you can send out, and we can then have them, just do a trial run.
Copy.
Well, thank you. Should we look at some meeting dates?
I'm getting a funky echo. I don't know who's the source. I'm hearing it from myself as well as from you, Alan.
Alan, are we going to go with quarterly meetings? I think it's a perfect choice moving forward.
Oh, you're muted, Al.
Yeah, I was trying to see where the echo might have been coming from. Yeah, I don't know. I probably should have looked at our operations guidelines, but I don't think there's anything that says, how often we have to meet. I think the one challenge with the January meeting is that is the SAG annual reports, which oftentimes takes a little bit more time. So let's go. How about this? Maybe let's give it a shot and do let's try the regular time for January, and then maybe try a short one in April. And I mean, that the problem that comes up is then we have to come up with a summer meeting time, which is something we haven't actually been doing lately. But maybe between January and April, we can conquer that. So maybe let's just set January and April for the time being. Okay. Well, right off the bat, I don't know what my teaching schedule is going to look like, but I am assuming that probably Monday, Wednesday, Fridays are going to be better for me than Tuesday, Thursdays, I'm thinking in the spring. Does anyone know, is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, is that the 19th of January?
Yes.
Okay. What is the week before that like for people, the week of the 12th?
I'd say
Good.
in general, for Fish and Wildlife, Mondays might be a little tough. We have some standing meetings on Mondays.
How about Wednesday, the 14th?
Yes.
Works for me.
Looks doable.
All right. Look at that.
I do have a standing meeting then, but it's just an hour, so I can nip out for that and come back in.
Okay.
Is it right in the middle of the day?
Yes.
I have the same.
I could skip Pilates.
Friday the 16th also works that week. You said
Is that better for people? 16th, Friday? It would be the Friday before a 3-day weekend for some folks. I don't know if that matters or not.
True.
I can do either. I don't know if Allie, Friday work better than Wednesday for Allie.
Yeah, I mean, Friday is more open, but I can make that Wednesday work for sure. I can just nip out for that meeting or.
Either works for me.
Okay.
Either works for me.
Maybe we should stick with Wednesday then, preserve the potential for a long weekend.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Then I think it's usually it's usually the week of the 13th of April seems like about the time for our regular meeting. So do we want to try to go with just a 9 to 12?
Sure.
And I think for me, probably again, if Monday doesn't work that well for Fish and Wildlife, Wednesday or Friday would probably be best for me. 15th or the 17th.
Sorry, Alan, is January 14th, 9 to 12?
I think that one's going to be 9 to 2 because I think
Okay.
we've got the SAG annual
Okay.
reviews.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I missed that. Yep.
Okay, and then we'll test run our 3-hour meetings with the understanding that we're going to have to put together a meeting for a sort of a summertime thing, which may be a disaster in scheduling, but
yeah. Look at that. So the week of April 13th is there's the Northeast Natural Heritage Conference that week. So a couple of us will be gone anyway, but wouldn't want to blow up this meeting just because of that. I don't know if others attend that.
I mean, that was arbitrary. We want to just go to the next week of the 20th.
That week probably isn't great for me with a school break that whole week.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that is school break. Yeah.
You want to go back to the 6th?
Yeah.
Wednesday the 8th, 9 to 12.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay. Book it.
Saying April what?
The 8th.
8th.
Right. I'll send calendar invites once I make sure everybody's on it.
Okay. Yeah. Don't use my email as a template.
I know that's the danger. I just take from yours.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks everyone. Great to see you all. Sorry I couldn't be there in person also, but yeah, good meeting.
All right.
I think John Cart in his email, when I finally realized I left him off and asked if we had any permits to review, I think he used the word blessedly. We do not have any permits to review.
Yeah, just wait till our next meeting.
Yeah.
We'll see what comes down the pike.
Right, exactly.
We'll pay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice to see you all.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot,
Nice to see
everyone.
everyone.
We'll see you later.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, y'all.
All right.